a nice, beautiful sky.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Is my microphone up? And okay. So welcome. It's 6:34. Welcome to Public Works meeting. Has this meeting been publicly noticed?
The meeting has been properly noticed and posted according to law.
And are all trustees present?
Committee.
Look, the committee is present. Looks like it. So tonight we have two items on the agenda, and speaking with Director Bushlig, we, if there's no objections from the public, we've decided to kind of reverse the order of discussion here, and we'll be taking item number 2, review bike lane options for 2024 Downer Avenue reconstruction before we take agenda item number 1, which is consider appeal of parking regulation request. If that's all right with you, Trustee Lynn and Trustee Baldoff. Okay. Okay, so first order of business is we are going to review a bike lane option for 2024 Downer Avenue reconstruction. Leanne, could you?
Certainly. Thank you. I'd like to begin by apologizing again for the error from my office, me specifically. There are a couple of residents in attendance here who are wishing to speak on the Downer item. You're actually not agended for consideration on that this evening, but we will make sure that work gets done at a future meeting. But tonight you are agended to review, and you can certainly take comment. The recommendation from the Park and Public Spaces Committee regarding the Downer bike lane issue. As you know, Downer is scheduled for reconstruction in 2024 as part of phase 2 of the Southeast Area Combined Sewer Improvements. Currently, Downer has a 44-foot curb-to-curb distance. Right now, there is only a center line marking. So essentially you have, two 11-foot travel lanes and two 11-foot parking lanes. There have been multiple recommendations regarding the inclusion of bike lanes on Downer, including the village's 2015 pedestrian and bicycle master plan, and also the village's 2020 traffic and parking study. 3 options were presented to the Parks and Public Spaces Committee regarding Downer. One was marked bike lanes, and that alternative would provide 2 11-foot travel lanes, 2 5-foot marked bicycle lanes, and 1 parking lane. If you do the quick math, 11 plus 11 on the travel lanes and 5 plus 5 on the bike lanes only leaves you with 12 feet, which is not enough for parking on both sides of the roadway. For those of you who have been participating as of late, this is really an issue nearly identical to that which was under consideration on Lake Drive, regarding the ability to incorporate marked bike lanes, but not enough actual roadway space to provide an additionally for parking on both sides of the roadway. So one option was marked bicycle lanes. A second option was to mark Downer in the way that Lake Drive is marked today, which basically means 2 travel lanes and a shared parking and bicycle lane on each side of the roadway. The third option we presented to the Parks and Public Spaces Committee was shared vehicle and bicycle lanes. And the difference between this and the alternative I just mentioned is that there would not be a solid white line that would delineate the travel lanes, but instead there'd be parking spaces marked and then a sharrow that would indicate that the main travel lane was to be shared by vehicles and bicyclists. The Parks and Public Spaces Committee considered this on January 10th, and they voted unanimously to recommend to the village board that the Downer reconstruction include marked bicycle lanes. So that would be 2 11-foot travel lanes, 2 5-foot bike lanes, and parking on one side of the roadway, either the west or the east side. Staff did not ask them to weigh in on the side, and they did not. So A letter was sent to all adjacent residents and property owners along the Downer roadway, 35 through 3900 blocks. And those residents, property owners were invited to attend and share their comments regarding the recommendation and or any of the remaining alternatives, and just give their feedback to the Public Works Committee. Public Works Committee will be asked, not this evening, at your next get together, to make a recommendation to the board, or we may take it straight to the board depending on how agendas work. But tonight is your opportunity to discuss amongst yourselves and also hear from those in attendance.
Fantastic. Thank you, Leanne. Really appreciate that. Should we, seeing that this is, really about the residents at this point, I would love to take comment from the residents first. Is that all right with you, trustees? We do have some residents in attendance, so if you feel comfortable standing up and talking, we'd love to hear what you think about this project.
I would just note at the podium, there's a lapel microphone that's currently muted. Oh, there you go, even better. We can use the microphone on the end here.
Is there anybody that would like to share their thoughts on Downer Avenue? Yeah, please.
We want to
please.
hear. Yeah,
We want to hear
we're
from you
open to
because
any
what we're going to do is we're going to hear from you tonight. We're going to discuss. We'll keep talking to the residents on Downer, and then we will make a decision at our next meeting.
So a couple different things.
Would you
Sounds
please-
like I
I'm
need to
sorry.
look at this.
Could you state your name and address, please?
My name and address.
Yep.
So I have oh, you mean my real name and
Yeah.
Chris Cuss, 3551 Downer. So it looks like I need to go look at this 2015 study in 2020, because I was wondering what the methodology was to say we need the bike lane there, because we already have one on Oakland and Lake. Like, was there a traffic study, like, or like a video camera set up and someone just, how many bikes were going back and forth, just wondering what the justification on that part was. So it looks like I'm gonna need that up. Then unfortunately with the misprint of the meeting, I wanted to point out that there's a misprint on the, talks about north versus south on the borders. So
It was a bit of a failure top to bottom.
yeah, so, but yeah, I didn't know why we needed a bike lane if they've already got them on other roads. What was the justification? Those other one, that was what I had to say.
Do you have the documents? Do you know where to find those documents as far as that study that we did?
Really, I was just website.
Well, you can email myself, Trustee Ursink, or Leanne, and we can, Executive Director. Do you have Leanne's email? We'll make sure that you get the right emails before you leave, so we can send you that, because trying to find something like that on the website can be could lead you down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So, but I'll just say this, that I think we've seen Shorewood move into a more bicycle focused community over the last 5 years since I've been in this since I've been on the village board. It's been at the top of all the discussions. We just got done with a giant discussion about talking about Lake Drive, and there's a lot of very influential, and I don't want to say influential, there's a lot of very active bicyclists in our community, and they're very outspoken. So we hear a lot about how Shorewood needs to be a more bike friendly community. So there's a lot of that kind of conversation happening, and I think that's really gotten into our ears. I think that's really sort of inspired us to go down that path. But it's also good to hear from residents that may not want that on their street. So
I am a contrarian. I love to argue.
Yeah.
For the sake of arguing.
Yeah.
Do this, but it's the data. Tell me the data. Oh, cool. We'll do it.
Um,
Good.
just to take a temperature read, if we did move forward, would you rather see parking on the west side or the east side of the street? West side of the street. Okay, noted. You're welcome. Thanks, Chris.
Scott Knuth, 2600 East Beverly, front on Downer. Just two comments concerning if it, as proposed, errs, then take into consideration how many properties that have frontage on each side.
Mm.
That's one way of determining who has, how should we say, more need. And then the other thing is zoning. On the east side, it's B. On the west side, it's C. I would think that there would be some consideration concerning the B having the parking
Mhm.
with that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, these are all things that we will definitely, that's why we're inviting everybody here, because we want to hear all sides of, yes, yes. Step up to the mic, please. Yes.
Being on the east side, I'd like parking on the east side, the
Uh-oh.
B zone.
Oh, boy. All right. No fist fights. Okay. We've got one for west, one for east. Well, I appreciate you coming in and sharing your opinions here, because those are very valuable, and we will be getting more of your opinions from people living on Downer. So I know Trustee Arnsdorfer lives on Downer as well. So he's usually my go-to for a temperature read in that community, or that side of the community. So really appreciate you guys coming down. Trustee Baldoff, Trustee Lynn, do you have thoughts on parking?
I do.
Or not parking, but the bicycle lane.
About the bicycle lanes. So, yeah, I mean, this is a street we've looked at for a long time and been looking at, and you know, some street that I've thought quite a bit about in terms of the biking lanes. Prior to this, I really was not leaning towards eliminating parking on either side and having marked bicycle lanes. My normal personal preference, if we can't do bike lanes, would be one of the other two options. I'm personally partial to the Sharrows. Just as a cyclist, I think it gives you a little more freedom to kind of take control of the road when you're cycling, and still lets cars know, you know, this is a shared space. When there's the shared bike and parking lane with the single line, that sometimes forces bikes a little too close to cars and gives the cars a little bit too much, like they don't need to look out for anybody, you know? So, that's kind of where I would lean. I didn't know that the, Parks and Open Spaces was going to vote on this. I certainly appreciate their input as well. I know they do a very good job, but, prior to this, I was leaning more towards the Sharrows as an option. So that's kind of where I'm at this point.
Mr. Baldoff?
I definitely, want to continue to hear feedback from folks on Downer. When I first moved to Shorewood, I lived on the 3900 block of Downer, and my kids and I rode our bikes, up and down all the time. It certainly would be nice to have more marked space, to help you feel safe getting down the road. We would often ride our bikes down to the shops on Downer, go get breakfast. So, and I think, people going to and from UWM. So I, definitely want to hear more from the folks who would be impacted though. But I'm leaning towards having something, whether it's dedicated lanes or, like Trustee Lynn said, something like that Sharrow option, just to really make sure it's a safe space for cyclists, because we do have a lot of folks using their bikes on that stretch of road, including a lot of young people. So I want to make sure it's safe for them.
And as it's currently marked, there's really no markings right now. There's no markings whatsoever for parking as well, or is there?
If they are, they're residual from many years past. We have
Okay.
not in recent history marked parking there.
Okay.
I do believe there's a center line.
Center line. I was just like, and if there's any parking.
And the Sharrow is markings that show where the parking is, and then it comes out another extra.
No, the Sharrow is a symbol that's painted in the lane that
Got you.
indicates it's a I'm doing this from memory.
like
But
a
it's
bike.
bicycle with like chevrons. And that indicates that it's a shared lane.
Okay. And it goes further than what the parking would be, right? So it's
Well, sort of. So what we have them on Oakland right now in the spaces where Oakland's too narrow for the bike lane.
okay.
And so like the bike lane might end for a little bit on Oakland, and then it opens up and there's a Sharrow there. or a couple until you get to where the bike lane picks back up again. And basically what it's doing, as the law states, cyclists have equal access to the road, they just do. So what the Shero does is basically just indicate this is a bicycle area.
I kind of view it as a visual reminder.
Yeah.
For
Motorists.
cyclists and motorists especially, but just to remind people in
To share.
cars and trucks, this is a space that cyclists will be into and you should be mindful.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, I value our volunteer resident committees, parks and open spaces. I value the residents and I value staff. So I think, over the next couple weeks, would you say before or next, would we be talking about this the next meeting?
We need to make a final decision by early March.
Okay.
So that engineering can continue and move along. So most definitely there will be some type of action on your February 20th agenda. Possibly, depending on your direction preference, the final vote may be in the early March agenda. But I will consult with village manager and President McCaig when they return. We can map that out.
I appreciate that. Okay, fantastic. So just so the residents are clear, the Public Works Committee will make a recommendation to the entire village board. Then the village board will either take that recommendation or they will not take the recommendation. So whatever we decide as Public Works Committee isn't set in stone. It'll move on to then the village board, and the village board will move forward with either taking that recommendation or not. So look for that in early March, late February. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me, to email Director Bushlick or any one of us, and we will help steer you in the right direction. So appreciate it. Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts and opinions. The second item up for discussion will be to consider appeal of parking regulation request for no parking on north side of East Kensington Boulevard between North Bartlett Avenue and the public alley.
Just hit the button at the top once. It's muted currently.
At the very top.
Very top.
Yep. Sounds good.
Would you like me to introduce
Yes,
the item?
please do.
Sure. So what is before us tonight is an appeal of a staff denial of a request to institute no parking on the north side of East Kensington Boulevard year-round. So the information on the request is in your packet, the memo. It was submitted under Policy 43 Traffic and Parking Regulation Request Program. I believe in the past, this request has also come up more informally. But since this was the first time it came to the program, we took it through the process. And so staff's denial of the request was based on the street roadway width, which our parking and transportation analysis suggested we need to be consistent with. So streets under 30 feet in the village should be regulated for no parking on one side year round. Streets 30 to 34 feet would have no parking on one side from December 1st to March 1st, which is known as winter regulations. And then streets greater than 34 feet would allow parking on both sides year round. The segment of roadway that was requested does fall under the 30 to 34 feet. It's on the minimum side, the low side of 30 feet. And so staff, based on consistency with that standard policy, recommended denial. The applicant, Ms. Rachel Pokras, is here tonight. I believe she has a photo as well that she wanted to share. She just has concerns about whether or not the amount of cars parking in that area, because it is next to a commercial adjacent area, it is well utilized. And so she has issues, and I think her neighbors also have issues with whether or not the roadway is wide enough for cars to pass through. Like I said, it does meet our minimum standards. That minimum standard was developed with the fire department and the police department in mind, and DPW as well. So all village and emergency vehicles are able to pass through that when necessary. So that's the standard that we operate under. There are other areas in the village that have 30-foot widths that have parking on both sides that are also well utilized. And so we saw nothing necessarily unique about this particular block. But if the committee so choose to move forward, we would just ask that some sort of justification be provided so that when future requests come in, we can also balance it based on that. But we as staff did not find unique circumstance to suggest that the requirement should be modified. And so Rachel is here, and maybe you can use that microphone if you'd like. if she's,
Yes, please. Please, Rachel, stay.
I'm Rachel Pokris, 4545 North Bartlett Avenue. Forgive the mask, safety girl.
That's right. Thank you.
Lived there for 25 years. My kids went to Lake Bluff. That is a view of what it looked like last night as I was driving home. Have more pictures. That's a really pretty sunset too.
That is a nice photo.
Thank you. God bless Apple. So you can see, I didn't specify north or south side for no parking. That's something that I left up to the committee. But as you can see, on the right-hand side, there are 5 cars parked there. That is no parking from December through March. And this year it has been consistent with parking there. I'm not taking issue with the police. They're busy, they're overextended. I understand the ticketing. What I am taking issue with is that we're talking 3 or 4, 5 parking spots would make the residents' lives there so much better. There's already a lot of illegal U-turns at the bottom at Bartlett and Kensington because people are trying to get a space in the commercial district. If you go there on a 3 Lions Green Bay Packer day or a Liverpool game, the road is passable in one direction only, but with snow and people not parking close to the curb, you cannot get 2 cars past each other. And we worry in the summer, especially about emergency vehicles having to slow down at that intersection. I mentioned the illegal U-turns in that next, at Bartlett and Glendale. You cannot pass on Bartlett going south. You cannot see what is coming towards you. There's this crossing guard there now that was not there when my child was there because a child was hit in the crosswalk a couple of years ago. Couple of people have said, well, if you have no parking there, they're just going to be pushed down further the block towards Newhall, which is fine with us because there is a 4-way stop at Newhall and Kensington already. They are supposed to stop. Heavy on they supposed to, at least they might slow down. The other thing I'd like to point out, it seems a little bit contradictory that you are choosing to have parking on both sides of this portion, again, from the alley to the street, from the alley, the mid alley to Bartlett, when if you go on Kensington East, past Collectivo and the old liquor store, there is parking only on one side of the block. There is not a, December, March kind of thing. On the north side of that block between Oakland and Kramer, parking is restricted to one side only. And even parts on the south side of that, there's no parking between the parking lot of the liquor store and the public alley. So that's the same street length, street width, and I don't understand why there has to be a difference. Finally, it would improve the lives of my neighbors who are often surrounded by cars. If you see right there, that's 4 cars on one side of the block, 5 cars on the other side of the block. And then in front of that house on the right-hand side, you can still park in front of that house. So it's sometimes that corner house is parked by 9 cars, from in the front of the house. Bartlett is parking on one side only year round, which we are thankful for, especially as the business district gets busier and busier. Cars are often parked there from 7 a.m. until late at night without moving, which is fine. I'm not asking for a 2-hour parking, but anyway, I'm here on behalf of the neighbors. This has been brought to the committee before. It has been denied by the people who live on the corner. And again, I'm asking, I don't care north or south. I would just like the village to listen to the residents. It would enhance our lives to see what's coming, to be able to cross Bartlett, to not hear crashes frequently. And again, I'm at Bartlett and Glendale, and Glendale has parking only on one side. Any questions for me?
Is this Kensington looking down, like in between the alley behind the Chinese restaurant and Bartlett?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the public alley. There's a public alley that's not on Google's map. I don't know why. But there's the Chinese restaurant, the apartment building, the public alley, then 4500 Bartlett. And the alley on the other side has that big apartment building, the Metropolitan, as well as other businesses and other multiple unit apartments that are in that alley that come out of there too. And I've been hit in that alley. People coming up out of the Metropolitan smacked right into the back of my car. So now, why was I in the alley? That's a different question with my car. I don't live there, but it happens. So again, just removing 4 or 5 parking spots would make it more visible, make it more livable, make it more walkable. I'd stick a traffic circle in the middle if I could with a no U-turn sign, but I didn't ask for that. Anything else I can answer? I have more pictures. That's the prettiest one though.
Thank you. That's all right. We appreciate that. I think we all get a solid perspective on kind of the issue that you're talking about here. And
Again, just for parity's sake, if you're gonna do it on between Oakland and Kramer, you might as well do it for this little 4 or 5 block thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And I do sympathize with what you guys are going through.
It's busy.
I will every time I walk past that area, I will now think of you and that spot. So, Trustee Lynn, do you have any comments, questions?
Yeah, so I live on Kensington and Marlboro 4500 block, and my in-laws are in the 4400 block of Kensington and Newhall, and I spent a lot of time there as well, and so that's an area I'm super familiar with. It's definitely a pain as a driver. You know, only one car can get through at a time. I definitely feel that. It was not something I had thought of prior to this to eliminate parking on one of those sides, but I know exactly every situation you were talking about. I've seen firsthand, you know. My only concern is that, you know, as you guys know from my past experience, I do enjoy forcing cars to slow down on our roads, and having parking on both sides and only allowing one car through at a time does that quite effectively. So for that reason, I'm not so much concerned about the parking spaces. I would be leaning towards keeping it as is, because I don't really want 2 cars to be able to go through at the same time. You know, the rest of Kensington, when there's 2 cars parked on either side, it's the same way. It's 1 car at a time. It's usually that way coming out of my alley on Marlboro. You know, usually there's cars parked on the south side of Kensington there, and you know, so you can't always get through. I'm okay with it as is. I think it's a total pain in the butt over there for drivers, but I just don't want cars to be peeling off of Oakland and just, you know, zipping down those few blocks. So
I'm going to just take a comment here from Trustee Baldoff, and then I will allow you to speak one more time.
I have a question, I guess just for Bart probably. But I saw that in the correspondence, you know, we had looped in Chief Worth, and I'm just curious if in conversation with her, if there's been has there been any conversation about enforcement in the area? Because it does sound like, you know, there are a number of people parked improperly or illegally. And is that something that, you know, we can look to see some more enforcement in that area? Also hearing about people making illegal U-turns.
Yeah, definitely. When we received the request and throughout the review, we discussed additional enforcement. They just don't have constant staff to be there. And when they do enforce it, it's usually through a ticket, not through a towing. So then the next car parks there, and
Right.
it just kind of compounds on itself. But yes, Chief Worth has definitely been requested to have her staff pay more attention to the area. And I know that she's received that correspondence. I think it's just a matter of the practicality of, you know, solving the issue, so to
Right.
speak.
Okay, thanks.
So if there was no parking there, I mean, it seems like even if there was no parking there, people would still be parking there. I mean, it just, right?
I mean, yeah, technically there's no parking there right now, to her point,
Right.
and there's 4 or 5 cars there. So
Yeah.
they can't read signs, or I can't account for that.
The signs are hidden behind trees. If you go down there at night, I dare you to try to find the sign. They're there. And I've warned people, but they don't see the signs. There's very bad signage. They're not well lit. I'm not saying streetlights, but the signs are old. They're not very reflective.
Mm.
If you try to go there right now, you won't be able to see the no parking signs.
I do wonder if, you know, because I just to be fully honest, you know, I think my philosophy is we have to listen to staff. We have to listen to the experts, such as the chief of police, the director of DPW, as well as our village staff. And to make a move like this opens up so many other a Pandora's box in our village of people that don't like the parking in front of their house or want to change things. I live on North Morris. I have my fair share of issues of speeding and, all sorts of things that happen in front of my house. So I do sympathize with what you go through. But I think as a whole, as a collective, we really have these experts in the village, and if they say, one thing, I try to listen to them. So that's why I'd be in favor of keeping it. But is there, instead of changing the parking, is there something we could do with signage? Can we update our signage? Is there something else we can do than to remove parking year round? I mean, that would be that'd be something that I would be willing to look into is if the signs are hidden, if they're old, if they're, can we move those signs? So I would love to take a look at that. Director Bushlick, is that something? Write an email, sign guy. So I think, to offer something positive to you is something we can look into the signage, and we can help update and modernize that signage a little bit and make it a little bit more visible for people. I think that would be a first step. That would help.
I don't know what the statutes are on U-turns, but I don't even know where you would put a sign, but I would recommend that at that corner as well as the corner of Bartlett and Glendale.
Is that the corner of Kensington and Bartlett and Glendale and Bartlett?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They come flying down Oakland. They see the parking spot on the south side or the north side, whichever it is. Make a U-turn. They also do it in the middle of Glendale and Oakland.
Yeah.
Which is a whole nother ball of wax, but I'll come for that wax ball next year. Thank you for listening.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being here and sharing. So with that, we will, would you like us a recommendation from the village
I was
board?
going to say there are motions in the packet if someone would like to make one to formalize the action.
I can move that. I move to affirm staff's denial of the request based on village's standard practice and lack of unique circumstance to deviate.
I would second that if we could have a friendly amendment to ask that staff, look into modernizing signage, making signage more, whatever the language needs to be, to improving signage in the affected area, and also exploring a sign to prohibit U-turns, or the feasibility of that. Great.
Okay.
Would you like that to be in the?
Do you want me to restate it?
Motion?
Because I was kind of rambling. Okay. So everything Trustee Lynn said, and to request staff explore updating and modernizing signage in the area.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Then
Sounds great.
second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for coming out. Is there any final comments from the public? If not, then we will adjourn the Public Works meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Aye.
Thank you.
Public Works is adjourned at 7:07 p.m.
Okay, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's 6:45 p.m. I'd like to call to order a meeting of the Public Safety Committee. All members are present. And we have one item on the agenda, consider ordinance number 3050, amending subsection 514, general parking restrictions, and 527, removal of illegally parked vehicles. Chief Work has a couple updates and follow-ups from the previous discussion on this topic. So just wanted to kick off with that, just to kind of speak to what we're looking at here.
Sure. So the very first ordinance that we're looking at amending is ordinance 3051, amending subsection 500-17, which is parking prohibited. And this is related specifically to Lake Drive. And this is removing the time restriction, which is currently denoted on the ordinance between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., except Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. we're looking to eliminate that language specifically and make the parking prohibited on North Lake Drive from Edgewood to Kensington within 50 feet north and south of the intersections, so that there is consistency and understanding and an ease of traffic flow. I'm happy to entertain any questions that may exist specifically related to Lake Drive.
I'm guessing that part of this could be in response to calls that I make. People frequently park to get to the beach. A lot of people are trying to cross. I live at Wood, where Wood intersects with Lake. And I have put my own orange stakes out in front of the sidewalk to try to keep the sidewalk, the crossing open. It's not effective very much. And so I call the police often to try to keep that crossing open. And they also get pretty close to the driveway, but we have a wide driveway. That's not the biggest issue. It's the blocked crossing. My concern initially, this came before us last year. And after thinking about this, I know you had mentioned we're trying to get to compliance. But I thought about this and I thought, is banning parking the way to get compliance? Because I'm thinking going forward how we're going to, if this Lake Drive reconstruction goes through as planned, we will be losing parking completely on the west side. And then if we take away parking at every intersection where there's a T to Lake Drive, how many more spots are we losing for visitors coming to Atwater? And so that's my concern.
So we're not losing any spots, actually. All we're doing is eliminating the time restriction. So the time restriction currently is that you can't park from 4 to 6 except Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. So, I mean, I guess I don't really envision, it's just no parking 50 feet north or south of the intersection.
24/7, 365.
Correct.
Okay, so that to me is a big difference, because we're saying to people who want to come to the beach, you can't park here at all ever, versus you can't park here from Monday through Friday from 4 to 6. Do you see that? Am I understanding this correctly?
So, yes, I think what you're saying is you envision parking spots being removed. And what we're looking at doing is just making it consistent across the board. So yes, you can't park within 50 feet north or south of the intersection, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
And I can't support that.
Okay. Questions?
Aaron. Can I ask why? Like, what's your concern? You don't have to tell me why, but.
Well, we're giving up more available parking to visitors who come to Atwater. I mean, 50 feet, how long is a car?
10 feet, give or take.
So it's 5 vehicles at every intersection. Now, granted, they will not park all the way to, although I'm curious to see how far north and south the parking will be.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand you have to, I call and they send someone and they have to ticket it, and then, but to me, it's part of what the police's job is to do. And I'm sorry that people keep parking there, and I just feel like I need to keep calling, because I would like to have a safe crosswalk, and this is the crosswalk at Wood that is going to become very busy. So I suppose from a safety standpoint, let's just ban parking there, so it's easier for people to get across. I can see both sides of this. I just have real concerns about further limiting parking for people who come to the village to use the beach. Because to me, it's going to be about, okay, let's say it's 5 cars, they're going to be at Wood, there, Jarvis will have the bump out, so they won't be there. They'll be losing at least 1 or 2 spots, I think. They'll be going up to, what is it next, Olive? Marion, I think Marion. You know, they're parked all the way. Visitors are parked a long ways and going south. Let's see, it's gonna be, what's the first one south of Shorewood? Is it Beverly?
Yeah.
And Beverly dead ends right in front of the condos. It'd be there'd be no parking there, right? On the east side of the drive.
Generally, I don't recall. I mean, there's not really any parking because no one ever parks there because that's where the single lane turns into a double lane with the left turn going.
That's right,
west
it's
of the Capitol.
Shorewood Boulevard.
So, but I've very rarely ever seen anyone park that far south.
It will be interesting with no parking on the west side of Lake Drive where the cars are going to go.
So my thought is, one, the side streets, in my opinion, the side streets are not parked in all the time. So you've got Richfield Court.
Only one side.
Right. And then what does it go to?
Richland Circle.
Richland Circle's on the other side.
Let's see.
Yeah, one's court, one's circle, depending on.
Richfield, there's a field in
Right.
there.
And then,
And that's also, I think, is only, I can't remember, Richfield, is that one side or both sides?
so, I mean, my point being, Lake Drive is a mess in the summertime. There are too many cars, there are too many people crossing. If we can, in my opinion, if we can in some way make those crossings safer, because it's not just parents, it's not just adults, it's kids, and if we can make those crossings safer by removing vehicles and having vehicles parked on side streets, which there are plenty of, and then have folks walk up to the beach, it's just as, or even to the park itself. That's just as short of a walk as it would be from Lincoln Memorial to Bradford. It's shorter than Grant. It's shorter than South Shore. I mean, there are. It's not as close as it is now, but it's also. I don't think it's also an undue burden. So I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I would support it.
Could we wait on this until after Lake Drive is done and see how bad the parking is?
That's a committee decision.
Yeah, I would rather, I tend to agree with Eric. I mean, I don't see this as a huge burden. I mean, I think there'll be there's some occasions where, like 4th of July, I get parking, on Downer. So, I mean, that's a different beast entirely. I mean, I think we can certainly revisit this when it comes time to, once we redo Lake Drive, but I would be supportive of moving forward with this now, and we can reevaluate at the appropriate time. And we'll have more information at that point as well.
If I remember correctly, Lake Drive, I mean, you won't be able to park on it during reconstruction anyways. So you're forcing.
Bring that up too today.
But you're forcing folks to, I mean, you get to park on side streets then anyway, so it's. I get what
Only one construction season.
I get forever that seems to be the season. I get what you're saying. And I'm just less concerned about parking there than I am about, the parts of the village.
I would really like to give everybody at those T intersections an opportunity to provide feedback. Would that be a big ask? I know my neighbor to the north, they're putting in a circle drive anyway, because of problems getting out of the driveway. So, but I just wonder about all the other property owners here before we ban parking in front of their house 24/7, 365. I think we owe it to them to send them a letter saying, here's what we're thinking of doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can discuss that. I would like to advance this to the full board so that we can discuss it at that level from there. I think that's a fair push in terms of, getting the community feedback on that, but I'd like to move it from committee to board so that we can do that.
I mean, I will say, if we have an event with a group that we typically invite, there's a lot of elderly people that come, and the opportunity for them to not park after 2026, they won't park on the west side of Lake Drive. They won't be able to park in front of our house. I mean, it's, I'm a different demographic than you guys. I have more people who are using wheelchairs and walkers, and I think everybody else in my neighborhood who's going to lose parking for that significant of a time, was it 2 or 3 houses on each intersection, probably, right? 50 feet, maybe just 2, depending on the lot. I just think the least people deserve is a letter in the mail saying, we're looking at banning parking in front of your house 24/7, 365. Here's a day it's likely coming up for a vote. That's the least we can do.
Okay, agreed.
So those are my concerns. The residents don't know, and it's not welcoming to visitors to the village. I mean, we're already taking away all the parking on the west side of Lake. Well, not we aren't, state. So I'll vote no.
Any other questions around other aspects of this item?
How do we want to, I don't disagree with notifying residents, so how do we want to motion that? Or how would you like that motion, Chair? Because I'm happy to say that we need to notify. One, I don't want chief or officer sitting there having to go through pick 4 houses on each side of the street and all that type of stuff. So is there an area?
Well, I mean, I don't think we need to adjust the motion. I mean, I think we can bring that up when it moves to the full board, when it's introduced.
But I guess my understanding is that trustee wanted folks notified before it would get to the board so they could go to the board meeting.
Got it. Okay, understood.
My question is, how do we notify, or what's the easiest way to give direction for notification that doesn't place an undue burden on the department?
I would think Bart would have those addresses without much effort with the maps.
So you just want to send, you want to send it the whole strip of Lake Drive, starting at?
I didn't. No, I would try to just do the ones that within the 50 feet, like what comes close. It's going to be at least probably at least 2 per T intersection, right?
All right, then I think that would be something like I moved to recommend approval of ordinance 3050, directing staff to notify impacted addresses of lost parking spots or something like that. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm willing to second what you just said.
Whoa. That was a hypothetical.
Oh, we're just moving.
I know, yeah, right. 15 in. So any other questions?
Is the biggest concern is it a staffing issue? The calls?
It's a combination of things. Eric brought up the safety of the crosswalks because they are not marked crosswalks. There's only a few marked crosswalks. So ensuring the safety of the crosswalks, it is call volume. It's the times of day that we're enforcing the violations. So there's a number of factors that are playing into the recommendation for the amendment.
Enforcing the violations, meaning
issuing citations for violations.
So that area is heavily, is that what you're saying? Is
yes.
You're involved there anyway?
Correct.
And this is an extra one.
Yeah. Well, it's not extra. Lake Drive is very heavily parked in general. And so we spend a lot of time, especially during the summertime, issuing citations.
Understood. And this would relieve some of that load.
Correct.
All right. I guess just a general question, or in terms of the updates to the ordinance, are these generally aligned with Milwaukee or any other municipality in terms of some of the updates in here?
You know, I didn't do any research on any other municipalities.
Okay, all right.
Parking, I
Okay.
apologize.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Okay.
I mean, parking is typically restricted within 15 feet of a crosswalk in that state law.
Okay. All right, trustee Kuda, what do you know?
You know, you want me to make a motion? Or Kathy, you want to make a
I
motion?
think you already did.
Okay, I'll officially make a motion.
It was a hypothetical. I
It was a
Happy to
hypothetical.
do it.
Sorry, lost it. I move to recommend approval of ordinance 3050, directing staff to notify impacted addresses of lost parking in designated areas.
I'll second.
All right. Yeah, the motion and a second. Any further discussion?
My understanding was 3050 was just about the towing.
Oh,
3050.
Correct, 3051.
There's no recommended motion here.
In fact, I didn't see it in the packet.
yeah.
Did you? I didn't see this, and so I wasn't really prepared. I just thought we were only dealing with towing tonight.
It's in the.
So it's set as 3050 amended subsection
Okay.
500-14, general parking restrictions, and 500-27. Is how it's agended.
Oh, okay, I see.
And
I just
when,
didn't read it.
right, when we presented this to the public safety the last time, Jim wasn't here.
Correct.
So.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So I have the motion, Eric second.
So this is just on the first part, or, and then we'll do the towing one separately, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so where's 3051 on the agenda? I'm sorry.
So 30,
Subsection 514. I didn't see it here, but
Oh,
514 is towing.
right.
restrictions. And this was
Go back up to the. Keep scrolling all the way back up to the.
yeah. So
Yeah.
general 514 and 527. I didn't see 514 in the packet. It was on the list, but I didn't see the content.
So I guess then we'll table
Yeah, let's.
500-17.
514, right?
517 is parking on Lake Drive.
Oh,
514 is towing.
Yeah.
that's agenda.
That's it. Okay, all right.
That's on page 21.
Yep.
Okay,
14 and 27, right?
all right. All right, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to discuss it. So
All right, moving right along, but now we know.
That's bad.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on. Let's just tackle 30, 50, 514. Any questions related to that following? I know there was previous discussion around this.
My only question was, in the language, it talked about the village would tow it with a cost not to exceed $100, or we would contract it out. And my question was, we don't have a tow truck. Why is that language even in there? We would always contract this out, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would always contract it out. But having that language in there gives us the ability and the flexibility in the event that things were to change. But we would almost always contract it out.
Yeah, I think the cost.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with this.
Same.
I can, make a motion here,
Okay.
find my spot. I have moved to recommend approval of ordinance 3050 subsection 527. Is that correct? What's in my? Regarding removal of illegally parked vehicles.
Yeah, 500-27.
So it's 500-14
And
and
527.
500-27.
And I'm only moving to recommend approval of ordinance 3050 subsection 500-27, removal of illegally parked vehicles.
Yeah, because the other one was not agended. Sorry, Chief.
So it's 500-14.
For the general parking on Lake Drive, is my understanding.
So 514 and 527 are
Their agenda, 3050,
correct.
3051 was that, correct?
Right, so 3051, which is the towing on Lake Drive, was not agended.
Just the parking.
Correct. And that is subsection 500-17.
Correct.
So 514 and 527 are towing.
Right, parking limits and right articles. Yeah.
Correct. So 514 defines unregistered motor vehicles, vehicle identification numbers, excessive parking citations. So it provides the definitions for the subsequent violations in 500-27, which is the approval to, or the removal of illegally parked vehicles based on those definitions in 500-14.
The updated language is on 28, at page 28 of the packet.
Do we do both?
Right.
Before we ban parking,
I mean,
yeah,
do we probably want to?
I'll start my motion, or I may withdraw my motion and make a new. I move to recommend approval of ordinance 3050 subsection 514 and 527.
I'll second it.
All right. Motion and second. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, unanimous then. Thank you, Chief. Apologies for that mix up. We have a discussion though, so should be a breeze.
You know
next
which way
time.
it's going.
Know which way it's going, right? Yeah.
Well, thank you. And the time is going to be 7:10.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to adjourn a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Beautiful. Thank you. All right, so I spent 15 on the. Was it good to?
Microphone.
Thank you. All right, it's 7:30 p.m. I'd like to call to order the general Village of Shorewood general meeting. All trustees are in attendance, and has this meeting been properly noted?
The meeting has been properly noticed and posted according to law.
All right, thank you. We will start the evening with two special orders of business, both concerning Public Works. And the first is considering the Public Works facility site evaluation criteria and associated weighting. And I believe Norman Barrientos is going to lead that discussion. Okay. Josh, okay, thank you.
Brian.
Looks like that's about as much as I can get that at the moment.
That's all right. All right. So this is our second time being here. Currently, we have been hired to work with the Department of Public Works and create a study and looking at existing conditions and propose a direction for the village to take course. So up to date, we're at February 6th. Previously, we have working with the DPW staff, and we've been working on weekly meetings. We recently just finished up our first community workshop, which was very successful, and we will have 2 more of those. Our second one will be February 23rd, and then I think it says March 20th. So in the first community workshop, we had an attendance of 5 Shorewood residents, 3 board members, and then 2 Whitefish Bay members from the Public Works Director and the board member. So what the project team focused on this meeting was presenting and discuss it, building and site design criteria. Basically, that's what we're going to use to choose between the 2 sites, or the 4 sites, I should say, and what we're going to use. We also did receive feedback on the selection criteria, and that's what we're going to decide on today. Here we have Norman, if he wants to go through some of the community workshop questions.
Evening, hello everyone again. On the workshop meeting, we had various questions posed by various residents and some board members and staff from other communities. The first one that we had is, do we consider future expansion in the program of the building? And what would that look like? And our response is that the building is designed to your current service levels as it is right now. So we're not looking at extensive expansion, but we are looking at the building being able to be modified for other uses if need be, or it could be within its footprint.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm just asking you to hold the microphone.
Okay,
Or
sorry.
you know what you could do? You could just clip it onto your lapel right there.
Okay.
Just clip it. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Then we are asked, can the DPW operate between 2 sites? And at this point, we haven't broached that level of operational issues in the design. We're looking at one together operation, and so we haven't addressed that one. And then, does the recommended floor plan allow for the DPW to expand on their provided services? Again, we're looking at the DPW providing the same levels of services. If you want to increase or decrease it, that's another discussion level that we haven't addressed at this point. How many vehicles are coming in and out of the site? It's 15 in the morning and then 15 coming back, although during trash refuse days, the trucks come back to the transfer station 3 times a day. And then Whitefish Bay comes back once a day. And then what efforts toward historical preservations would we look at? And at this point, we haven't started looking at reusing the building yet. But if we did, we would look to try to reuse or make that an option to reuse portions of the existing building in some manner. And will the men's club storage remain? That wasn't part of our DPW program, but if we're told you need to keep that or would like to, we could look for a home for that. So we have not addressed that yet at this point. The next thing is we presented the example site matrix, and we were generally, we got good reception on that. Just a few comments and suggestions on changing that. And so we went through that, and the next sheet that we have, that we did make some minor adjustments to the selection criteria based on the comments, and that we moved grading down. It was up higher, and we combined criteria 10, economic and environmental justice, together. They were separate, but there was a lot of overlap between the two, so we put those 2 together. Otherwise, the criteria ranking and the weight factors were generally received well by the community workshop. And at this point, we presented this to you last meeting. We presented the community. So we're looking for the board to give us direction on the selection criteria, and that is your approval, so we can move forward to the next task.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes, as noted, there is there's an action on this one. The action being to move the proposed site, approve the proposed site criteria. So I'll have a board discussion first, and then we'll see, go for public comment after that. So just to go around the room, Arthur.
Thank you, trustee. Thank you, Norman. I appreciate this. All this information. It's great. The amount of communication, interaction with the community that you've had so far. So really appreciate that. I know that's very valuable for our residents here. I think the big topic, and I'll just get straight into it, that I think a lot of people are interested in talking about tonight, is the historic preservation. I think I've received several emails as a trustee about it. I've talked to several residents, and I think that's a good conversation to have, just to get everybody that's sitting here in the audience kind of up to speed with what maybe we're all thinking, what you're thinking with historic preservation. A couple of years ago, we went through this process with our fire department. There was an option to destroy the fire department, or to renovate the fire department, or knock it down and build a brand new fire department, or there was the option to preserve it. I think we decided to preserve it, and that was the best option. It looks beautiful. It's really been a great sort of project for the community. But I think, in my mind, just from being around DPW so frequently, and these are the same architects. So the same architect designed that fire department, designed this DPW, and I think it's much beloved by the community. When I look at these two sites, the fire department and DPW, I do see a bit of an apples and oranges sort of situation. There was the ability to fit what we needed into that firehouse, whereas we, I think, have totally outgrown what we have at DPW currently. So I think there are potential opportunities, if we do decide to stay in that space, to utilize some of that architecture. But from all reports that we've received, is that architecture is probably one of the biggest sort of downfalls for our current space and the needs that we have for that space. So, I'd love for you to talk a little bit from your experience with historic preservation and with this this project, and what you see, what you envision, when you look at, these buildings, and, what do you see? Do you see it possibly repurposing these buildings? What would be your kind of vision with historic preservation on this potential site?
Yeah, first, we do recognize that the buildings have cultural significance, that they're recognized by the county, that they're unique architecture, that the architect had a large body, a portfolio of work that's recognized and significant to the community. So we understand the community views that as a priority to maintain. We, as architects, would look, if we decided and your community decided to stay there, try to integrate some of the existing architecture as an option. We would look at options if we just cleared it out, what could be fit on there. But we will look at options of, okay, could we try to retain some of that, and what would that do to the site? We generally feel that the front entrance, as you come in where the truck scale is and the administration is, as having the most character, recognizable, and the most visible as people come in. If you go up and north of the site, it's pretty hidden back there. There are some other buildings there, not as recognizable to the community perhaps. So we think the most iconographic architecture is in that front part. So we would develop a scheme where we maintain the front architecture of it, and then seek to build a modern facility, a DPW facility for the vehicles, the shops, the crew, that they can operate up to current standards.
I appreciate
As far as repurposing, I have worked with other communities where they have vacated their garage. A lot of garages were built in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, not uncommon. And I've seen other communities repurpose the garages to community centers, rec centers, sell them for other uses. So that is totally your call, obviously, but I think that's a whole nother examination,
Yeah.
what it could be repurposed as. It's technically not in our contract.
Right,
actually.
exactly. And I hate to have you go down that path, but as sort of a trustee and somebody that's been a part of these conversations for a while, the other option for DPW is to move to another site completely. So whether that be that, which is probably outside of Shorewood, hopefully close enough to Shorewood. And if that were the case, we would have two of these historic buildings that would be open for, a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential that would be there for development with those potential buildings as is. So I guess I hate to go down this road, but what about, like, if we were going to repurpose those buildings on the site, in your experience, how much remediation of that property, of the land, would we need to do to be able to keep those buildings intact so they could be repurposed into, let's say, a coffee shop, a food hall, livable spaces?
Mhm. Again, it's not in my contract, but just looking at other projects where we've had historic or older buildings, we do an environmental assessment for asbestos. We're going to have to basically gut out the mechanical, electrical system. We got to make it code compliant. Generally, the structure of the building, the structure is adequate. And I don't know about the energy efficiency of the building, but maybe if you renovated it, you could do some sustainable green measures in it to enhance the structure, to make it more energy and green. And there's plenty to do with the architecture. There's a lot of character in that architecture. Yeah, for community rec, or retail activities.
Yeah.
So in my mind, sure, if I was an architect, you let me go at it. Yeah, we could see a lot of different opportunities with that.
A lot of
building.
potential with those buildings.
Yes.
Maybe not for DPW though, future DPW. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right, trustee Stoker.
Thank you. I would like to see historic preservation moved from number 12. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it wrong. Yeah,
It's number 11 now.
number 11 now. In the packet, it's 12. I can see moving it up to between 9 and 10, make it the new 10 and slide everything down, given the significance of the site and how, looking at how well things turned out with the fire station, and the community's strong history of historic preservation. It seems to me it should be higher. Thank you.
Trustee Lynn.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, if we could move it up, a little bit, I think that'd be great. I mean, given kind of like we said, that preservation one way or another, whether it's part of the DPW facility or not, it's a lovely building. So it'd be great to see what could be done with that. I don't have anything else to add at this time. Appreciate it.
Trustee Kudo.
Was it around the horn, huh? I mean, I'm with, trustee Stokebrand, and I think that it's, on the outside, I think it's a gorgeous building. I think on the inside, it clearly has its limitations. I think what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Barrientos, is that the possibility exists to renovate and utilize the aspects of the building that are unique, that are cultural, while still, getting DPW what it needs to operate efficiently and effectively with maybe even just the facade, right? Or just the front part. And so that's what I would be interested in. I would support moving historic preservation up on the list. I think that, we have so few opportunities to protect what we have, especially in a village of the size and given sort of all the dynamics of our world, that, we should do that. And I thought that the decision from the previous boards to keep the police station, or the fire station rather, as it was, I thought it was a fantastic decision. It's worked out exceptionally well. And I don't see why we can't replicate something like that moving forward. So that's where I'm at.
Spelloff.
I definitely agree with others that we have a lot of really special architecture in Shorewood. That's one of the things I love about it. I'm from South Florida, do not have things like historic architecture. You know, you maybe got some old 70s and 80s buildings. So I really appreciate that's one of the things I love about the Milwaukee area. Although I will say I do have concerns about moving it ahead of environmental justice and the message that sends to our community that, you know, not that we shouldn't be looking at how to preserve those buildings. And it's not like we're talking about it's the community's desire to move it up to the top of the list. But to me, to only move it up one space, I don't think that's the greatest message to our community that we value old buildings more than being an inclusive community that, you know, recognizes the harm that has been done to a number of our residents over the years. So I think it is where it belongs. I don't think we need to move it up one spot. And I do want to learn more if we can about what the options would be to utilize those structures, because I agree that they're, you know, really interesting, and that's where I am.
Okay, President McCaig, I see you're on the line. Any comment?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Question I had, I mean, from an, operationally and from a practical standpoint for you, I mean, is there any meaningful difference between it being, number 10 versus number 11 or number 9?
I think it's more important is the weighting. And if it's 1.2 to 1.1, I mean, we could make it 1.2. It's really more important is the weighting for us. It's not the order. It's we did group them by weighting category. So if you want to bump it up to 1.2, that it could just stay there. It would be the same as 9.
Yeah, I would be supportive of that.
I'd be supportive of that as well.
Bumping it up.
I'd be fine with just making it, you know, on par with number 10. That would be fine. With number 9 and 10.
I agree.
That would be fine.
All right. I'd like to take this opportunity to open up to public comment here or remote. Anyone in the? All right.
You need to share that. Okay.
And then Rosie, you can just hold it too. You don't have to necessarily clip it onto yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip
Yes. Let's give your name and address.
that. I'm Rosie Braddock, 4248 North Ardmore Avenue. And thanks very much for letting me share my comments tonight. And I really appreciate the work that you're doing involving the community in tours, workshops. I think it's really important that we make this decision as a community. And I see that happening. So I really appreciate that. And I was really happy to see historic preservation on the list of criteria for choosing a site. So this weekend I gave this a lot of thought, and I jotted my thoughts down because so I'd just like to share with you what went through my mind this weekend as I thought about the DPW building. Okay, so I of course started thinking about the Hengels building next door, the fire station. And when the fire station no longer met the needs of the North Shore Fire Department, an architectural firm was hired to provide cost estimates for a tear down and a rebuild, and also an estimate for a renovation of the existing building. The estimate for the renovation was $500,000 more than tearing it down, building a new building. The plan was for the North Shore Fire Department to purchase the building and do the work on the building or tear it down. And it was their choice. But the village residents had expressed an interest in preserving the building, and the trustees had also voted at one point to preserve the building, the facade, and just do an interior renovation. So we ended up with a dilemma where the North Shore Fire Department said, okay, you want to preserve this building. If you're willing to pay the $500,000 in excess of the budget we have for a new building, then fine, we will do that. And so that put us in a difficult position. I mean, what sense did that make for us to pay $500,000 to help renovate a building that we didn't own? So, so it was kind of odd situation. And there were a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions. And another architect was brought in who did a plan that, produced a plan that only used the first floor and gave the fire department all of the upgrades that they needed. And it came, and then a bid was made on that architectural plan, and it came in $800,000 under the budget for a new building. So it was, cost effective for them to just renovate the building. So the process could have easily ended if we hadn't brought in another architect. If we said, no, we're not, the village is not going to pay the excess. I mean, everything would have stopped. The building would have been torn down, and we'd have a new building. So it was, the point I'm making that it was really important to get all of the information that we could. I mean, initially that wasn't part of the process to bring in this other architect that I'm aware of. So the new building, the new plan saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the building is a favorite workplace for fire department employees, and village residents are really happy with the preservation of the building. So really it's a win-win-win. So with additional exploration, or without the additional exploration, we could have easily missed out on an important opportunity with the firehouse. If all pertinent information were available up front, we would not have risked losing this important opportunity. Things could have very well gone another direction. So what opportunities do we have with the Hengels buildings on Morris? When decisions are imminent, will we have robust resources to help us make those decisions? Does our process include this critical exploration? Can we strive for redevelopment with preservation in mind, rather than preservation as an afterthought? Thank you so much. Sorry.
Would any other members of the public like to speak? All right, I'm not seeing any hands on the screen either.
I'm sorry, I'm not used to using the hands, but I think this is Mara Suki. My sister and I own the property at 2601 East Newton Avenue. And I don't know if my sister is on, but she just texted me. She did want to say something, but I can tell you, I would completely agree with what the last resident said about doing what we can to preserve the historic buildings. And she said it very well. So I don't think I have a lot more to add, but I would agree with her.
Thank you. All right, with that, can I get are we ready to make a motion?
I can attempt one. 30, 31. So I move to approve the proposed site criteria with the adjustment to criteria number 11, making it 1.2, making its weighting 1.2 for the overall evaluation of public works facility.
Second. Any further discussion?
In taking one last look over them again, I think I talked about this last time. I'm not sure that adequate area for expansion should be as high as it is and getting as much weight as it is. And I would like to see that brought down to at least 1.2. I just don't see a need to give that much strength in the criteria to expanding.
Trustee Kudo?
Maybe Mr. Barrientos can walk us through why that is what it is and why that has the weight that it does.
Right. Again, I mentioned, I specialize in this building type. I've been designing operations and maintenance facilities for 40 years. I've been called back by many clients. I've seen the industry shift over time, different trucks, different levels of service, different kinds, levels of staffing, different programs or grants that come up. I've had clients call me back, say, I need to shift this around. We're going to add salt brine. We're going to have a larger salt shed. We've added this service. We brought this other department in. They want to store their vehicles in here. So I don't know what it is that your village might do. I've just seen it over time that like every 10, 20 years, there's a slight shift of what the garages do or need to do function. So I usually do recommend my clients, something is going to change or shift over time. And we don't know what that is. Is it going to be electric vehicles or whatever that'll make something shift? So either, again, it could be just a matter we've got a good solid building footprint that's got good ventilation and lighting and solid walls, and we can knock a few partitions down and we can rearrange it. That's fine. Or the yard, we can move things around here in the yard. We still have a good circulation pattern. That's fine. But sometimes we need an extra footprint we got to store this stuff here during construction. We need to put it down here. We don't have a place for it now. So it's going to happen. That's just my professional opinion.
Trustee Ursink?
Yeah, and I think my thought on it is we will potentially be making a very, very large investment into our future, and we want to do it right. We don't want to do this. We don't want to have to go back in 5 years and say, we could have built with extra space to accommodate for the future and be stuck with the space that we have and be wishing we would have done that. And then to do that in the future, it costs 3 times as much. So I believe doing that on the front end now is going to save us a lot more money in the future. And we've seen firsthand, DPW has gotten more trucks, bigger trucks. And if you go into that garage, you open the door and you walk right into a truck, and it's just a sea of trucks that are just all compacted in one little garage. And that's the direction we've gone over 5 years. I can only imagine what's going to happen over the next 10 years. So I would say that for me, it's a very important criteria.
Yeah. All right.
I would just like to point out, to get a truck on the road, I mean, they're pretty much as wide as they can be. They definitely could get longer, but basically to operate on the streets, there's only a certain width you can do. And with our alleys, for a lot of our equipment, a bigger truck is not going to work for us. A smaller one is going to be better. So.
Any further discussion? All right. We have a motion and a second. We'll go to a vote. Do a roll call vote on this one.
Trustee Kudo?
Aye.
Trustee Murbaldov?
Yes.
Trustee Lynn?
Aye.
President McCaig?
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand?
Nay.
Trustee Ursink?
Aye.
Trustee Arndorfer?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right. Thank you. Next item of business is another special order of business, review of services impacting future public works facility site selection, overview of sites for future review. This is a presentation in 3 parts. Mr. Barrientos will kick things off. He will then hand off to Director Buchlik, and then in turn will hand back to Mr. Barrientos. So I would just ask that trustees hold questions until to keep things moving expeditiously, to hold questions till the end of each segment. So Mr. Barrientos,
Sure.
Take it away.
As part of our facility needs definition for the public works facility was determining how much building and yard space So we determined the building area, and then we went and estimated the area for yard storage and site circulation. One thing that became apparent is, given the likelihood that it'd be hard to find anything over 5 acres in Shorewood or even nearby and surrounding municipality, we started looking at the possibility this would be a lot more feasible if we could segment off one of the functions of DPW. And that service was the refuse and yard waste, which in the yard translates into the transfer station area. So that was something that we started discussing with the staff as proposing, do you want to consider that? Obviously, that's a operational question that needs to be brought up to the board level. But we thought as architects, it was best to bring that up and have you consider that so that we could look at sites, we could have more sites at our option to explore. So at that, I'm going to have Leanne talk about those operational things.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I just wanted, any questions for Mr. Barrientos?
Just wanted to clarify on that vote. Did we change the historic preservation, the weighting to 1.2 or not? Was that?
Yes, we did. I just wanted to note that there's no action on this item. This is an inform, so just wanted to set that understanding. Take it away.
Thank you. So we thought tonight, at this particular point in our exercise, would be a good opportunity to review actually the transfer station and its operations, the impact that it has both on the site, on our general operations, and what that means in terms of services that are provided to residents in the community. So the transfer station is actually a term that we use that encompasses a number of different pieces of equipment and components and a site area within the yard. So in this area, the transfer station essentially is the area that falls within the red square-ish rectangle. The transfer station includes 2 compactors, an electronic pit scale, and we'll see pictures of all this in a bit, an Ottawa spotter, and a front end loader. All of the items that are listed here are jointly owned by the villages of Shorewood and Whitefish Bay. These are the items that comprise the transfer station, along with the supporting electrical and mechanical components that are necessary to run the compacting units. So upper left is a picture of the spotter. You may have seen these. This is actually the vehicle that is used to move trailers, the 53-foot trailers that hold the material that's brought to the station. Upper right, the cones delineate the actual scale. Most people who drive in don't realize that that is a scale, but it is an at-grade scale, and that's used to weigh trucks in and out. Moving clockwise, bottom right, that's actually a picture of the rear of the yard waste compactor. You see the silver item, that's one of the trailers that's connected to the compactor. And lower left is the front end loader that is used to move material and debris during the movement of the trailers, removing them from the compactor, putting a new one on. It's a messy job. Debris will fall out of the compactor, out of the trailer onto the ground. And there's a certain amount of cleanup that goes along with any of that operation. So when a truck enters the yard, this is a picture of one of our rear loading garbage trucks. We use that truck specifically in alleys. It will stop on the scale and we will get a gross weight. And then after that weight is taken, the truck will move back and proceed to the back in the transfer station. This actually happens to be a picture of one of the Whitefish Bay trucks. Just so happened when I had my camera out and the sun was shining, the first truck that pulled in was one from Bay. So you'll see that the truck will back up to the compacting unit. The compactor is more or less within the red oval. Its load will move from the truck into the compactor onto a piece of equipment that's called a plenum. And that compacting unit actually moves the material from where it drops into the trailer. And as a part of that movement, it compacts that material. So we fit as much material as possible into the trailer within specified weights. The photo on the right is actually a picture of what the compactor looks like when it's more or less clean. This is a photo of the yard waste compactor. So you can see some Christmas tree branches. There's a couple of yard waste bags that are frozen to the side of the compactor just because of weather. But that's as nice a picture of a compactor as I actually could give you. Yeah. So this is just another view. Bay 53 is still pushing its load. Just again, a different view. On the right, that within the oval, that is the refuse compactor. The refuse and yard waste trailers are actually different. They function differently. Just because of how the landfill is set up versus how the composting facility is set up. So that's the difference in the colors of the trailers. So after the trucks dump their material, they come back to the scale and they're weighed out. That net weight we use to track the volume of material that is in each of the trailers. And our administrative assistant is in charge of that management. When a trailer is full or near full, then we make a call to our contracted hauler, and they will come and pick it up and leave it empty. Refuse trailers, we shoot for about 55,000 pounds. During the spring, when weight restrictions are on the highways, that number drops to just about half. So shored refuse trucks bring in approximately 1,000 pounds, each of the 10,000, excuse me, each of the trucks 3 times a day. Whitefish Bay trucks are significantly larger. They'll bring anywhere from 13 to 15 pounds, usually 3 a day, though that depends. Their operations vary. They're not quite as, I'll say, regimented as ours. But really, the purpose of me telling you this is just to share with you and make sure that everybody understands that there is as many as 6 vehicles just bringing refuse to the compacting area each day. In Shorewood, after we run our refuse routes, we then go back and do pick up yard waste. So those same 3 trucks will come back again in the afternoon. Whitefish Bay uses an entirely different set of trucks to do their yard waste. So they will have up to, depending on what time of the season it is, up to as many as 3 additional trucks. So this is a very busy area. It takes up a big footprint. We need a lot of space to maneuver vehicles, to back 53-foot tractor trailers in and out. At any given time, we could have as many as 4 refuse/yard waste trucks using or queuing up at the transfer station. So when we talk about this, using a very large footprint, part of that footprint is the compactor, the transfer station itself, but there's a significant footprint that goes along with appropriate vehicle circulation. So before I turn this back to Norman, I just want to run through a few more things that were in your memo. The memo gave, I think, some pretty detailed information regarding the refuse and yard waste collection services. But I do just want to reiterate that our current services and the schedules for those services are predicated on close and convenient access to a transfer station. There are communities that do collect material and then drive it either to a processing facility. For example, Whitefish Bay collects their own yard waste, collects their own recycling, curbside recycling. They have very large trucks that do that. When that truck is full, they drive it directly to Menominee Falls, to the material sorting facility. If we were to do that, and that is certainly possible, but it would require one of two general, very broad scenarios. We would certainly have to redo all of our routes and schedules. We would likely be looking at some sort of reduction in frequency of either refuse or yard waste services. For us to drive that material to Menominee Falls for refuse or Germantown for compost would be likely, depending on time of day, 1.5 to a 2-hour round trip. We don't have that, so we would have to add that into refuse and into yard waste. We don't have that play, if you will, in our daily schedule. So in order to make that drive, again, we would have to either reduce frequency of some of the collections, or we would have to look at additional trucks and additional staff to maintain the current collection cycle that we have now.
Excuse me, Leanne, did you say that Whitefish Bay takes their recycling?
Recycling only. Yard waste and refuse come to the transfer station.
Because we contract our recycling out.
Yes. I give you that as an example to show you that it can be done, and Whitefish Bay does do it with recycling. But their routes are predicated, they build that drive time into their routes. It also would be a pretty significant increase in wear in the vehicles and fuel. I don't know the exact number, but I can assure you that these vehicles don't get more than 8 miles to the gallon on the freeway. So, the one thing to note is, as I mentioned, the same vehicles, equipment, and staff are used for refuse and yard waste collection. The kicker here is leaves. That's a different set of equipment and very different parameters. In order for the village to maintain the current level of service of leaf collection, access to a transfer station is imperative. We could not collect leaves in the manner in which we do now, which does not require residents to bag them, without transfer station access. It would not be possible. So I just want to make sure that that is the point that is noted. We mentioned earlier in the memo that in 2016, we did do a very comprehensive RFP. At the time, looked at the potential of outsourcing refuse, yard waste collection, leaves. No takers on the leaves, no surprise there. We had a mix of responses. I have recently, and Rebecca, we've talked to competing contractors to Waste Management. It does appear that the market is a bit different today than it was 6-7 years ago. And it's likely if we were to do an RFP, we would, it appears based on those conversations, we would get some responses to outsourcing of the yard waste functions, which we did not have last time. But again, it would be a lower level of service than is currently provided. And I just, again, want to make the point that if the village were to seriously consider outsourcing those items, you would need to outsource both the refuse and the yard waste. Doing one and not the other would not solve the problem of a transfer station or access to it, or those changes in routes or staffing levels or levels of service. And this is where I'm going to make my plug that I say every time we talk about outsourcing refuse. We can do it better. We can deliver a much higher level of service than any contractor ever could. So that is where I'm going to stop talking about transfer stations. And I don't.
Are there any other questions?
So where does Whitefish Bay takes their leaves to Glendale, and they've got, could we take our leaves to Glendale?
I don't know. Whitefish Bay has an agreement with Glendale very similar to the transfer station agreement that we have with Whitefish Bay. That'd be a policy decision that we certainly could approach Whitefish Bay and Glendale about that, but that would have to be their decision to allow us to participate in that agreement. I don't know what that facility looks like. I don't know what kind of space they have available. I suspect that would be a limiting factor.
It just seems like something we should explore all options. So I'd be curious to know, what we could do together. That's all I have.
I would, and we certainly can and will take a look at that. I would note, however, that again, driving leaves, even as far as Glendale, would require us to change our leaf collection practice and schedule.
I think it's given that some things may have to change here. I mean, I think the question is what's going to change. So I think it's important to keep our mind open to all kinds of possible changes. I'm just wondering, what is Whitefish Bay going to do if we don't have the transfer station in Shorewood? Are we in communication with them about what their plans are if we don't have it anymore?
We are in communication with them. They've been invited and made aware of every step and every discussion of this process as to their plans if we sever the transfer station agreement. I can't speak to that at this point. I don't know that they know.
Okay, and I'm wondering how far away we were told in this memo, West Dallas, Wauwatosa, Milwaukee. Do we know the mileage to the closest transfer station mentioned in this memo?
I do not.
The Milwaukee one, that would be helpful.
Just a curiosity, if Whitefish Bay decides that this is kind of too unstable and they find a different direction to go with their transfer station, how does that impact us right now?
Well, it would reduce the number of trucks using the transfer station. Most immediately, I think the largest impact would be the village of Shorewood would then be responsible for 100% of the cost of operating the transfer station. So currently the compacting units themselves have approximately 10 to 12 year life, about $100,000 per. When I believe the last one we replaced was in 21. 20. We would be responsible for its entire cost rather than half of its cost.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Director.
All right, moving along.
Yep.
Okay, so now that we had discussion about the transfer station, we're moving on to looking at the sites and evaluating them. But first is, how did we select them or identify them at this point? So our rationale for selecting them was if they were listed by a realtor, word of mouth, which actually might have been from people in the commercial realty business as well. And then site visits, driving around or looking at Google Maps and looking at sites that we felt could match our needs, size and configuration and the context they were in. So the features that we look for is we had enough size for some acres, ideally in that range, but it could be 3 to 5 acres. Zoning industrial be the ideal classification. And a location from the village center, which we have pinned at Oakland and Capitol. So how far would it take to get to the center of the village's service area? And looking at what's been there and what's developing around it. Will this match in that development area? And then looking at the aerial photos and topography, what kind of slope do we have? What kind of roadways are around it? What other buildings around it? And just other things we looked at is when we looked at the aerials and drive around, if we saw a site that looked underutilized, it looked abandoned, we also identified that as a possible site. So I'm going to pull up the site, and actually I'm going to have Josh come back up and talk about the sites. So we did look outside Shorewood, and I'm gonna have Josh talk about the different sites.
Yeah, so first we start off with like a overall map where we calculated distances between all the sites that we are looking at, just to get a general overview. So first, the obvious site in question is going to be the existing site. So here it is currently 3¼ acres. It's about 2-minute drive to Village Center. It is currently a public building zoning, and this will just be included in our study at looking at all the different options. Then this next site is off of North Holton Street. It is 3.71 acres. So it's not that much different, but it could create numerous options on whether we look at splitting up operations, moving completely. It's just a nice addition to the mix. It is a light industrial zoning. It is currently by sale by the city of Milwaukee. It does have several other leads with the brewing company, but we're going to continue to look at it. There is no like for sure purchase yet, so it's still available. And it is a 4-minute drive from the Village Center.
Did you say about it?
Yeah, so there's like, they've been working with an architect and it's like, they're looking to buy it, but it's still up for purchase, so.
Sorry, what again is the acreage of our current site? Sorry.
3.25, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I will mention, so even though this site is not that much bigger than the existing site, the site configuration is really important. So like typically sites we try to work with in rectangles. As you know, the current site is very narrow and long, so it makes everything more difficult. And not to mention the grading. The current site has almost a 20-foot grade, changing from all the way to the south to north side. This is a pretty even grade from east to west, and is about 10 feet. That is East Hope Avenue, and then Hope Avenue. Hope.
I don't see this in our packet. Is this something you can share with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume.
My understanding from a past meeting, a conversation we had with you, is that grading is not that big of an issue. I mean, it certainly adds cost when you have to move material, but it's pretty far down on the list of criteria, right? So it's not a big deal. Okay. Not as big a deal as.
This is the third site. It is located on North Fratney Street and East Vienna Avenue. This one looks like a pretty promising site just from basic analysis. It is 4.18 acres big. It's industrial zoning, and it's currently for sale by owner. It is a 4-minute drive from Village Center. As you can see on the southeast, there is a corner that isn't part of that parcel that is currently owned by a private business. So looking to purchase that is always an option if we needed to have more space for things like the transfer station. But overall, the current condition of the site, as shown on the previous slide, is it is currently super covered in like existing brush. It's got 2 mounds on either end, but all that in the grand scheme of things would be able to be easily manipulated if we wanted to flatten the site and build a new building. I don't know off the top of my head. Well, that's not really part of the discussion at this moment, but it's something we're considering once we actually do the test fits. Oh yeah, yeah. So I mean, just from driving around, I think it's parcel 3744. That little top strip that's almost, yeah, it's just basically gravel. So that is all one property owned by the same owner, but we could always go to them and discuss potential to utilize part of their site or have some kind of agreements with them, because currently that part of their site, there's nothing there. And this is our last site off of East Vienna Avenue and North Humboldt Boulevard. So this is the largest site of them all. It's 8.83 acres. It's not actively listed, and it's currently vacant. So this was a decision made to include this in our choices just by observation, whether on foot or looking through Google Maps. It is a 4-minute drive from the village center. But one, I guess the biggest thing about this, and that's really going to push at least this site in the decision-making process, is its size. It adds a lot more questions further down the line for expansion if the village wants to bring in other things. And it also just, will provide all the services that we need at the recommended sizes. 8.83.
And trustees, thank you. If you'll ask questions into the microphone. I just got reports. I think we heard you on there.
So those are the sites that we were able to come up with. No new sites in the village of Shorewood. But we did find sites, 3 sites just across the river over on Capitol. You feel very close enough to your village center. So what we're doing right now, this is the next step. We're in the middle of task 2, site evaluation, where we've identified potential sites. And our next step is we're going to take our space program or our facility needs definition and start laying out a test fit building and site plan. So we'll show the garage and the shops and the crew, and then show all the fuel, the salt sheds, all the yard activities, minus at this point the transportation. We'll show you one test fit. Like, this is our best effort to try to fit it in, so you can graphically see how we can fit this building and site program onto this individual site. That's what we're going to do next. And we will all together evaluate those sites on the criteria and rank them. So we'll do a little numbers here and weight them, and then rack up their total numerical weight on them. From there, we're going to have another community workshop on February 23rd. It'll be the second one. And we'll present those test fits as well. And then from there, we'll move into task 3, conceptual planning. With your concurrence, we'll pick 1 or 2 sites and advance those to a conceptual design and move it along further. And also get high-level cost estimates on those. I'll look at, as well as the land cost that was mentioned earlier, and summarize these candidate sites and evaluate them again and re-look at the matrix of numerical rating, and then come back to the community workshop on the 23rd. Come back here in early April for hopefully will be a final recommendation from our end for you to take action on.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Can you walk us through task 2, bullet 3, utilize site selection criteria matrix to advance 3 designs to conceptual planning? Can you specifically what that looks like? And is it just going through the matrix and advancing the top 3, and the number 4 just sort of falls off, or we make a decision about, we take number 4 off? How does that work for you?
Yeah, we'll rank them. When you look at the test fits, you'll rank them, and we'll take the top 3 and advance those even further, and show more detail, think more about the grading, the drives, the layout specific to that site, roadways, and then again, let you adjust the rankings, like, well, that one's coming up higher or lower on these criteria that we all agreed upon. But you'll see site plans, you'll see the site, and you'll see this is the parking garage, this is the forestry, meter, electric shop, this is the crew admin, more like blocks, and this is the fuel. So there'll be block colors on a site plan.
And that'll be for all 4 prior to
yes
removing
right
number 4.
Right.
Okay. Trustee Stokebrand.
Oh, I was just wondering, are we considering using employee parking, Public Works parking at the lot on Oakland? That's something that
I'm not familiar with the
we have a
lot.
parking lot 3 blocks away from the Public Works building.
Um,
Anyway,
not sure.
I mean, that's a considerable amount of space, right?
I haven't,
20 cars, 22 cars.
well, typically the crews do like to be near their locker, lunch and reporting area and assembly. so they
Understanding
can-
that we may not get everything we want and, choices will have to be made. I'm just saying we do have we own a lot, parking lot.
Okay. So we
the
could
other-
look at that as a,
The other question I had was, when we toured a bunch of facilities, a lot of us went to it's a lot that's owned by Glendale and it's rented by Whitefish Bay Public Works. I believe it's the site of their old Public Works facility. And have we looked at possibly communicating with Glendale and Whitefish Bay? Could that site be used for part of our
I
operations?
think you're talking about the Lydell yard.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, the Whitefish Bay is currently using that, and we have been in communication with John Edelbeck, the Director of Public Works, about that. That did come up, but we did not see that as a big enough site for the whole yard.
No,
it's
obviously
an
it'd be just like a
acre or
partial
two.
operation if it was for materials, like for the gravel pile, the tree project.
Yeah. Right.
Transportation.
We are opening up that channel of communication and discussing
Excellent.
that. Yes, we will be.
Right,
And just, John Edelbeck was at the community workshop.
right.
so
And
he
I
does
believe
have an
their
interest.
Public Works Committee Chair
Yes.
was there too. Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you.
Any other questions from trustees?
Just wanted to make sure. So one of the sites at the end is going to be the current site and it'll show the compromises that need to be made to stay on site. Is that right?
Yes.
And the other question I had, we talked about it briefly at the open house on Wednesday. We've heard a lot about efficiencies that we can expect, improved safety, a more professional setting. And my question to you that day was, when do we see a value on that? When do we monetize that so we can start to make decisions about fiscally what makes the most sense? I can't make a decision about, increasing costs for something else until I know what I might be saving with the efficiencies,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, we did talk about that. And what I plan to do is a benefits analysis, and it'll be something of a table with anywhere from 10 to 20 benefits that'll be gained that range from timeliness, asset control, supervision control, safety, code compliance, and then site circulation. So there'll be various items that the new facility will achieve, ideally if we get the site works well. So for the village to see, these are the items, performance items that will improve. Now, I will put up front that it's been hard for me as an architect to put a monetary value on lessened accidents or better site security on a night and people feel safe walking around. Or people want to work here. Like, this looks like a great
Right.
place to
I mean,
work.
a professional work setting is hard to put a value, right?
Mhm.
I mean, some
Yeah.
people would say priceless, right? But I'm wondering if we're getting all of this efficiency, would we be able to reduce our staff? It would be a significant savings.
Yeah, I can't say as an architect operationally about that. But I will put together a very extensive list of benefits you'll see facility-wise that you can at least read and like, okay, that's, we're going to have this better facility performance.
So it's a benefit of analysis with no numbers?
I can't give numbers.
Okay.
I've tried.
Do you had to come into the microphone? I'm so sorry,
Okay.
Josh.
When I was analyzing all the previous studies, there was a consultant hired, and they did a very in-depth analysis of like the financial situation and either financial losses or financial gains. That is a previous study that we could include, but it's difficult to say what would get better, but the study definitely goes over like everything that's currently taking cuts in. So I think that is something good for everyone to look at because I thought it was very helpful.
Springstead study.
Yeah, it was Springstead.
Trustee Ursink.
You know, I think as we sit right now at the DPW, we are losing staff because of the condition of the facility, and we are having a hard time hiring staff because the condition of the facility. So I think any improvements to the condition would be go miles from where we are right now, and would be helpful to staff, because I mean, people do not want to work in our current facility.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, thank you. Yes.
All right. Consent agenda next. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to pull item C and D.
Okay. All right. So, all in favor of approving the consent agenda after removing items C and D?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, C and D.
I'm just admitting the folks as well. I gave them a heads up that the items were pulled, in case you'd like to hear from. The first is the 4th of July.
Yeah, the motion doesn't include a cost, and I know it's a 3-year agreement, so I'm just wondering, was the 3,800? I thought I saw 3,800 in here somewhere. Is that?
I'm so sorry, that's in the service agreement. But what that's just to establish the amount that's going to be included as far as the fee paid for events coordination, but it's not included in the memo because it's understood that the fundraising will cover that fee paid to the service provider.
And so we're locking this in with her for that amount for 3 years.
That's right.
Okay, all right. I'll move to authorize staff to enter into a service agreement with Sarah Deneve to serve as the 4th of July coordinator for 2023, 2024, and 2025.
Second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, moving on to D.
I also have Ivy on the line in case you'd like to ask specific questions for her or.
First, I'd like to say thank you for everything you've done with the Atwater Beach lifeguards. We appreciate it.
Second that.
And then I just wanted to clarify again on I think, did the motion have a number in it? It was a little confusing.
Yeah.
It goes to, there's a breakdown. Is there a not to exceed? I'm sorry, I'm scrolling here.
That's right.
You can click on the link in the top of the agenda and it'll take you right to
Yeah.
the page.
I'm not sure. My preview.
That's right.
It's on 85. Starts on 85.
So that does not include, it looked like there was something in there that was an extra 4,000.
Right, that's the administrative setup costs. So
Should that be in the motion also? Because it's in addition to the 26, right?
No, that 26 is all inclusive. So the not to exceed, the way the memo was written last year, I had to actually just make that upgrade because the 22.7 is for all the staffing hours, and then the additional 4 is for the administrative setup and payroll software that needs to be added.
Okay, then I move to authorize staff to enter into a service agreement with Lakefront Lifeguard Services LLC to perform Atwater Beach lifeguard services in 2023, not to exceed 26,700. Change that.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just glad to hear that Ivy and the lifeguards are back this year. So thank you again for your services.
Agreed. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have a robust back half of the meeting. So unless anyone strongly disagrees, just like to take a quick 5-minute break.
Yep.
All right. So we'll reconvene at, call it 8:47. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, really, another one. Yeah, the last one, yeah, was on there. Similarly. Funny how that happens. Yep.
She's give guidance on what should be best. Sure they don't. Yes, it was so.
It's one, I feel what too. I'm not, I don't know.
I didn't realize. Yeah.
Who brought chocolate? Oh, I thought I heard
I said mock trial and you did chocolate.
I know. I was hoping someone would have chocolate.
Sorry.
I know, I should have brought it. I failed.
Who's hot?
Oh, is it for?
It's me.
If it's you, I don't know about him, but if it's you.
Are you good? Awesome.
Six.
Yeah.
I like our shirts. I don't know what you're talking about. This doesn't understand fashion.
Exactly.
Wayne to rejoin us? I think
I'm back.
All right.
Got some sticks, green tea, ready to go, baby.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Convene at 8:49. Next item up is public hearing. Two items here, and I would just, before we get into it, just like Director Griebentrog to set up the topics, the two topics that he'll be covering, and what.
Sure.
Just take it from there.
Yep. So thank you, Trustee Arndorfer. So as you mentioned, we have two public hearings today on separate but related matters. So the first item relates to a comp plan amendment that would essentially make the comp plan and the next public hearing on the commercial zoning update consistent with respect to the narrative description of what the future land use requirements are in the commercial corridors. So Chris, if you want to expand the first slide. So the Village of Shorewood's Comprehensive Plan 2040 was adopted on April 19th, 2021. And as I mentioned, in the future land use element, there are 4 central district subcategories that have both mapped and narrative descriptions. Also within the comprehensive plan, there was a primary recommendation to proceed with a form-based corridor planning study to address redevelopment issues along Capitol and Oakland. That has been undertaken in 2022 as the commercial zoning update. The commercial zoning update's ultimate recommendations recommend a zoning scheme that's more nuanced than the future land use map narrative descriptions. The village board did approve proceeding with this possible amendment through a public participation plan back in November of 2022, through which the update was run through public workshops as well as plan commission to get to this point. So next slide. This is an overview of the land use element in the comprehensive plan. As you can see, there's a large L of a purple district for Main Street mixed use. Then there's the large red block for the central block of the village. Orange to the south would be more residential based, and purple or lavender to the west are uses with more commercial auto orientation uses. And so these generally still align with what the zoning code or what the commercial zoning update recommends. It's just the narrative description that has one sentence related to ground floor commercial uses and where it's required and not required. So next slide. In this map here, you can see the lavender or more purple and blue still kind of follows that L pattern. Below is the orange with the residential, and to the left is the more dark blue and red, so or mauve, purplish, pink. You know, I'm bad at colors, I guess. So in general, the scheme is there, but it's more parcel based, and so this is what the study has recommended to proceed with. So next slide. The proposed amendment would remove ground floor commercial occupancy requirements in the Central District future land use subcategories. This does align with the commercial zoning update and provides the greatest flexibility to the village and its commercial corridor. The Plan Commission confirmed direction to proceed with this amendment at their December meeting and recommended approval subsequently at their January 24th, 2023 public meeting. This is just what it would look like. So the changes I think are on pages 170 through to 175. We would be striking that one sentence. So in the Central Core Mixed Use District, the narrative currently requires that ground floor non-residential development is required in this area. We'd be removing that and relying on the zoning code to document that level of regulation. Next slide. This is just the Main Street mixed use area and the suburban mixed use area. And then final slide is the residential mixed use area. And so I think that's it. Chris, is that correct? So yes, based on the Plan Commission recommendation and the public participation plan, this is what the recommendation is before us for the comprehensive plan. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have a question. In the residential mixed use, the thing that the item that's supposed to be stricken from the code is that ground floor non-residential development, while greatly encouraged, is not required in this area. In the other designations, why was the decision made to just strike that language entirely and not use language like this? I know we want flexibility, but
that question was posed to the Plan Commission at their December meeting, and they chose to remove it just so it's more flexible and less. The comprehensive plan in general, in my opinion, should be more broad, and the zoning code should be the more specific place to regulate that type of use. The Plan Commission agreed with that. That's not to say that other people can't disagree with it, but we did ask that question. as to whether or not to modify it to this type of language, which encourages things but isn't enforceable, or to remove it entirely because you can't enforce encouragement. So there was a desire by the Plan Commission to not include things that can't be enforced, and so they chose this method.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand that logic, but I would just say that I am for statements of our values in general. So
understood.
Any other questions or comments from trustees? Any questions or comments from members of the public?
How would you like them to use the microphones?
Yeah, I think so.
I'd like Director Grippentrog.
Name and address, sir.
My name is Daniel Walsh. I live at 4024 North Stowell Avenue. And I'd like to ask Director Grippentrog to explain the impact on any proposed new development of this change. What would actually happen because of this change in the to the plan that's then carried over into the code?
So without modifying this language, the proposed zoning scheme would not be consistent. And so in areas that are zoned mixed use, or areas that are more specifically zoned general with the blue zoning, it would require first floor ground story first floor uses, which through our consultant in the planning process is identified as unrealistic in the entire corridor. So if you look at this, the purple is where storefront uses are required. The blue and the orange are where ground story office or residential is required. And so without this change, we would need to make the entire corridor ground floor commercial. Blue allows, the blue district GX allows residential buildings or office buildings. Orange only allows residential.
So I was able to attend a few of the meetings, probably 4 of the meetings. And one of the things that has come through in the Main Streets plan, the repeated plans in the 30 years I've lived here about the comprehensive plans is that in order to have a village that has walkable commercial districts, you have to require ground floor uses that are transparent and activated and have encouraged commercial uses to show up. These changes, in particular, eliminate the requirement that we have ground floor commercial uses in those areas that are light blue. Some in particular that are really egregious in my mind is between Prospect and Farwell on the south side. There are currently commercial uses that have been full the entire 30 years that I've been here. We're now saying that they don't have to be there in a redevelopment of that project. I think this is a bad idea, and I think there is plenty of interest in leasing spaces on the ground floor. We had these conversations during the meetings. Other people from the village were there to say that no, we should really, especially where there is current use or nodes of use, we should require that the ground floor uses be commercial uses. And somehow that got changed in the process here. I think what's going to happen now, if you do this, everywhere you see light blue, you're going to get the same shoebox that was just built or being built on Stowell and Capitol. You're going to get a 4-story building that has no relief, that has parking on the ground floor. And incidentally, parking on the ground floor, during one of the meetings, I specifically asked about this. I was told that no code that was written by this consultant would contain or allow permit parking on the ground floor. The code that you have in front of you now permits parking on the ground floor, but not within 20 feet of a primary facade. I asked what that meant, and she said, well, you could only do parking. You'd have to create some sort of retail space in that first 20 feet along a primary facade. The consultant doesn't have any experience leasing buildings. She doesn't have any experience representing tenants. And I specifically noted that we have success. I just brokered 3 leases and the complete renovation of the chattel changer space. There is ample demand for space on the ground floor in this village. And if we adopt the zoning code that you have in front of you today, that's not going to happen in any of these places because that's a problem for a developer. It's more of a challenge to build something where you have a mixed use. So what they're going to do is have a wasted 20 feet in front and put parking on the ground floor, and they won't care what happens in that 20 feet. They'll underrate the project as if that doesn't even exist. I would encourage you to not make this change.
I mean, there's a lot to counter there. I don't feel like I have to. The process did result with this being the recommendation. I would just state that the blue areas that exist as commercial mixed use can still have those tenants occupy it. So if it is a commercial storefront, that's not changing. So this looks forward to the future and identifies those nodes of where it realistically can go. And so with respect to the details of the code, that's the next public hearing, not this one. This one relates solely to the removing of that sentence, which when it's removed could actually go either way. It provides us the flexibility of doing that in a rezone. So we're actually looking to make it more flexible by removing that requirement in here. So it could go either way in the future. If you rezone it in the future, you don't have to comply by this sentence. You can comply by either which one that you want. So once again, the Plan Commission opted to keep it this way for greater flexibility.
Thank you, Director Griebentrog. And just as a note, as we go through the meeting, if we can refrain from questioning the credentials of either staff or consultants, that would be great. Any other questions, comments from the public or trustees? Okay, on to Part B.
So on this presentation, I will be leading off and then passing over to our consultant, Leslie Oberholzer, for the content of the code, and then bringing it back to the conversations that we heard as a community. So once again, I'm the planning director for the Village of Shorewood. Here's our consultant, Leslie Oberholzer. And Kirk Bishop was also a consultant in this project. He is not here today, but he was referenced within the use chapter primarily. So as I mentioned in the last public hearing as well, the comprehensive plan does have a recommendation of a strategic direction to ensure redevelopment on Capitol and Oakland meets community goals, and recommended that the village pursue a corridor form-based study, which we pursued in 2022 as the commercial zoning update. The goals of that were to adopt a hybrid form-based code, pedestrian-oriented development, encourage the reuse of historic buildings, encourage flexible uses in buildings, and enforce quality design standards. So that was kind of the overarching goal with which we started the project. Next slide. Once again, the primary update was to incorporate best practice form-based elements and update our use classification tables. The goals of more predictable redevelopment, compatibility with existing context, and aligned with community expectations were driving the code, the update in the background. Next slide. When he gets back to it, this is just the project scope of the areas that are defined. So currently the village has B1 through B5 zoning, and there's also planned development districts in the corridor. So these are the parcels that we're referring to when we talk about the commercial zoning update. Next slide. Early on in the process, the village board decided to create a special committee that they called the Commercial Zoning Update Working Group. That working group was to be made up of representative members of various volunteer boards, committees, and commissions from the village. So as you can see here, the Plan Commission, Design Review Board, CDA, the BID, Conservation Committee, Human Relations Commission, Parks and Public Spaces, and an at-large community member comprised that working group. The next slide will detail all the work they provided. We started the process in actually January, but officially in February with kickoff meetings. We went through a few, or I should say 3 public workshops in the spring to define the public design process, at which point then the code was drafted by the consultant in consultation with the working group. The working group met 6 times over the summer, at which point it was prepared for a public draft to be reviewed at a workshop in a public open house rather in November. The comments of that were incorporated into updates that were presented to the Plan Commission in December. In December, the Plan Commission provided additional direction for the consultant to incorporate into the final draft, which was reviewed and recommended for approval by the Plan Commission in January 24th. And we are here today at that adoption stage with the public hearing. I think next slide. I will turn it over to Leslie, who will give you more of the details of the content of the code.
opposite. Good evening. Making much noise. Is that the first slide? Really? I'm not used to not being in control of the slides, but well, good evening, everybody. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the process as well as the structure of the code, because I know some of you haven't heard anything really about it. We held, as Bart referred, we actually had two public workshop number ones. We had an original one in January to kind of introduce the project. And then once we actually had the working group established, we had a second public workshop that was really focused on, what is a form-based code, since this was the goal of the project. And so I just want to explain a little bit about that in case it's really not that magical of a name. But currently, you guys don't really have a conventional zoning code. You have a zoning code that has design standards associated with it, which many people don't. But your code is very much about use. It's organized around use. You have B2 zoning, B1 zoning, that's business. It's really focused on the use. And conventional codes tend to be organized around use. Whereas a form-based code is much more organized around the form, the building form that you see throughout the community. And so, for example, when we talk about storefronts, we're looking specifically about where storefronts occur and where you want to have storefronts. So that's an example of a building form. A form-based code puts much more of its regulations in form. So you will see as you flip through the document that there are a lot more regulations about building design, building form, that are really sort of pulled from your design standards into the code to make them actual regulation and not guidelines. So those four numbers that you see at the bottom there are the Form-Based Code Institute sort of definition of a form-based code. And that is, as I just said, physical form is the organizing structure of the code. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. That the code is really focusing on high quality public realm, walkable public realm. And this is part of your comprehensive plan. And this is definitely the direction that we want to go with the code. And as I just said, these are about objective regulations. These are not subjective design standards. They are meant to be coded regulations that are easy to follow, easy for everybody to understand, but also much more predictable. When somebody is coming and developing a building in your community, they're going to be following these objective regulations as opposed to following what they think they are interpreting the subjective design standards of. And then they are going to, bring them to you all, and you're going to determine whether you think that it follows those standards or not, or the design review board would. So the idea, the ultimate goal here is predictability. In the early stages of the process in March of last year, we held more listening sessions than I think I've ever held for any community. I think we had 17 sessions with one-on-ones with many of the board and commission members. We also had 3 or 4 group meetings where we met with designers and developers, attorneys, and the idea was to give us a better sense of what everybody expected to happen in this process. There's a one-page document that I think is still on the website, and that's what this is. It's really kind of setting the stage for what I understood the project to be from listening to all these people. And so just to sort of look at those highlighted boxes in blue and green and pink and orange, the 2 on the left-hand column, clear, predictable regulations and process, and a simpler approval procedure. So the idea behind this is a form-based code is meant to be more predictable, as I was just saying. We understood that you've been having some really difficult procedures to approve projects, and we all wanted to kind of simplify that process and make it a little bit easier for everybody to go through. That's really simple and straightforward. That is why people want form-based codes. On the right-hand side, focus on the public realm. As I was just saying, that's what a form-based code is all about. That's what many of your goals and objectives in the comprehensive plan state. And then in those 2 middle items in the middle column, affordable housing, affordable places for people to live, preserving that residential that you've got in the community, and then high quality, appropriately scaled buildings. So I'm going to talk about that on the next slide. So public workshop number 2 was an image preference survey where we showed over 100 images. Is that me? Oh. Where we showed over 100 images and people scored those images, and then we discussed the images at tables. These are just a few, and I just bring these up because if you kind of look at those 4 favorable images, you'll see that there's a lot of green, there's some gathering spaces, there's some scale and proportioning of all those buildings. There's step backs on the top floor of the Cornerstone building, plus the courtyard of the Cornerstone building that was in another image in the image preference survey. The streetscape has landscape along it, which you guys have already installed. And there's glass and people walking, a really comfortable scale there. And there's high quality building materials. Another really interesting aspect that we discussed in those meetings was the sort of traditional buildings with a modern feel to them. So you can see in the Cornerstone building, that's a modern building, but it has a lot of vocabulary of a traditional building. So we really wanted to recall that in the code. Where you can see in the unfavorable images that those really modern buildings without a lot of detail are really unappealing, and people don't want to see the building just sort of end as a box and the windows not to have any detail and to feel like those windows can't open, to have blank walls, to have fake windows or non-clear windows along the sidewalk, to have driveways entering off of a walkable sidewalk. And then to not have these sort of overly complicated buildings with too many materials and materials that you weren't crazy about. So that was public workshop number 2. Public workshop number 3 was to look at the mapping and the subzones. This is what Bart was just referring to really talk about the fact that if one of your goals is affordable housing and you have a lot of really nice old apartment buildings that are kind of naturally occurring affordable housing, we wanted to preserve those in their place. And so that was to sort of remove that the tension to redevelop those into mixed-use buildings. The other part of that is I may not lease spaces, but I've been writing form-based codes for 15 years. I've been a practicing designer for over 30 years. And the idea here is every community that I have ever worked in is overzoned for commercial zoning. Can't afford to hold all of that commercial in the ground floor. So our solution in every community that I've worked in, which is many across the country, is to make sure that we're really consolidating those storefronts that you have and making sure that those storefronts will be viable and successful, to really create synergies around those existing storefronts to make sure that, you know, we're creating those walkable places. And then in the places where you've got residential already on the ground floor, to allow those to have offices and services and residential on the ground floor, but to also, you know, like I said, to allow them to have residential on the ground floor as well. So that's the reason that you have these subzones that you see. So in this mapping exercise in the meeting, we discussed that with several groups moving through. And some of the things that we discovered were that we absolutely do not want to see those parking garages coming through to the sidewalk. So we pointedly included that in the code. Some of the things that we discussed were what's going to happen with those existing PDDs. We're writing this code. How are we going to manage those existing planned development districts moving forward? Let's see. We talked about gas stations. We talked about how do we transition those orange parcels that you see right now at the bottom have apartment buildings on them, and we want to preserve that again as affordable housing right now, but also create a transition into the neighborhoods. Those orange parcels are currently zoned for B2, I think, so they're allowed to be businesses, so creating those transitions. So this public workshop created a lot of discussion. We heard a lot of comments from the community. We brought those back and discussed them with the working group.
Sorry to interrupt, quick
Yeah.
question. You mentioned that the orange
Mm-hmm.
are affordable housing.
Well, they're apartments, they're existing apartment buildings. They are older apartment buildings, so they're not new construction apartments.
I think we could agree that they're in no way affordable housing.
Oh. Okay, sorry, but they are housing, yes.
And that was more of a,
Naturally occurring.
I made it more of a declarative statement. Do you agree that those don't fall under what we generally would accept as affordable housing? They're just older apartments. It may be more affordable.
More affordable,
Okay.
right. Mhm.
All right.
Yep. But anytime you've got existing residential in a community, if you can retain that existing residential, it can help with that housing pressure.
So under this, so if, we stipulate that those are not affordable housing units, but they are more affordable under these changes, I mean, could somebody buy the building, knock it down and build a fancy apartment building? That's very
Absolutely,
unaffordable.
they absolutely could.
So
yes.
nothing about this would preserve those more affordable units.
Right. Zoning never can preserve anything unless you're a historic preservation overlay or something like that. So,
Or unless you require affordable housing, no?
yeah, which you can't do in
Okay.
Wisconsin. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but what it does do is it kind of removes the pressure for those parcels to be developed with all the other parcels on that street. Because they're, before it was zoned for B zoning. And so the idea of consolidating and creating a bigger parcel to create something new, it does help to remove that. Not saying it can't happen.
Mhm.
It absolutely, anything can happen, but the idea that we're removing a little bit of that pressure, I think is really helpful. Recognizing that those are buildings that you want to keep, they create great transition, and zoning them so that we're zoning to what's there, not to something new that we want to see occur.
And then if there was, future development that changed those structures, they would not allow parking on the first floor? Or this would allow?
Let me get to the code.
Okay.
So this is just about the public workshop, but yes.
Okay.
So let me get to that.
I just want to understand. So let's say you're going north on Oakland between Lake Bluff Boulevard and Kensington. And so those light blue spaces on both sides in the middle, there's purple on the edges and light blue in the middle. So that, excuse me, was previously zoned only for commercial,
I believe so, yes.
but it's got a bunch of apartments there. Is that right?
Mhm.
Current commercial zoning.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was zone B2. And this also allows residential or office use.
Okay.
It's not exclusively residential, which the ordinance is exclusively residential.
But I think you were saying that you could have residential and office on the same floor.
Mhm.
But I just don't really understand how that would ever happen. I mean, I just can't
It
see that.
does. Yeah.
It does?
Mhm.
Can you walk us through?
Yeah, can we hold up some of these questions until we get into the actual code? I mean,
Okay.
we're just kind of in a setup period here.
Yeah,
I definitely
it-
want to
it
hear it,
is.
but I just want to kind of,
This isn't even really this is just a map from the workshop. It's not even the real
Yeah,
map.
right.
So-
We get excited.
You do.
I mean,
I understand.
you know, it's-
I understand. I'm not
be
trying
fair.
to dampen your enthusiasm, just trying to move forward in
Move
linear
forward.
fashion to the extent possible.
So all of this public workshop information got folded into a directions report, which is also online. And I'm not going to really talk about it. So I just want to say that in terms of public workshops, the last public workshop that we had was after the code was created. It was an open house with a whole series of boards. We had lots of one-on-one conversations at that open house that also informed the code. I spoke with residents and business owners and developers. So it was a really interesting meeting. Didn't get a lot of comments. I think the three Post-it notes that you see right there were Barb's, all three of them. But but at any rate, it was another public workshop in the process. Okay, so the code. All right, so currently you have B1 through B5. So 5 zones for these areas. We have created new zoning districts, 4 really, MX, CX, GX, and RX, and I'm going to explain what those mean. The numbers at the ends just simply refer to the height. So your current code has a little bit of information about height in a section that isn't with the districts, and it's also not mapped. So we pointedly mapped the heights with the different zoning districts. So the MX1 and MX2 are essentially the same district except for the height information. MX means mixed use, and those all require ground floor storefront. They require a high level of glass. They require those kinds of uses on the ground floor. CX requires storefronts, but it also allows for more auto-oriented uses. So in the comprehensive plan, in those areas on the west end of Capitol, that's where the CX occurs. So the first three districts are the MX1 and MX2, which are both require storefront. MX1 is 4 stories max, MX2 is 5 stories max, and then CX, which is commercial, 5 stories max. Next slide. Then we have GX. We have 3 versions of GX based on the height again. The GX3 is a little bit different because it's for that center core area that's a lot higher, the 8.5 stories max. It has a couple of other regulations associated with it, but again, in general, GX, all 3 GXs are very similar. And as we've been saying, they allow residential, office, and service uses on the ground floor. I also want to say that this is a level of predictability that's really helpful. So if you are in one of those zones, then you know what your neighbors are going to be doing based on the color coding as well. So GX does not require ground floor storefront. It does require windows. It does require occupied space on the ground floor. RX is residential uses only, same building form as GX, the general building. So these are all of those zones located on the map, very similar to what you've seen and Bart already showed you. Again, we're looking at creating those subzones within each segment of the corridor where we have activity, and we're trying to kind of define nodes as best as we can. But in general, where there is storefront right now, in general, and storefront uses as well, we have color coded it as MX. For storefronts. Then when you look at the hatches, those are the existing PDD overlay. What we've done is we've created your PDD district, we turned it into an overlay, and we've rezoned the underlying zoning with a new base district that is as close to what's on the ground as possible. And that PDD can be changed, but what we have found is that most of the PDD regulations don't have a whole lot about building design in them, or we have defined those base districts to match what has been asked for with those. So for example, the Cornerstone building now essentially meets the code because of the way that it was written. So in terms of, that's what I was just referring to, the PDD is now a legacy district overlay, can be amended as needed, but if they significantly change it, they would use the base zoning underneath. Next slide. So just as a little bit of an aside, because we turned the PDD into an overlay, there are a few existing PDDs outside the commercial districts. So we had to read those again will stay in place and continue on forever. But we needed to create a base zoning for them. So we selected zones that were the closest to what is existing on those lots. So there's a couple, like the police station now, we're just rezoning to P1 just to make it match with the Civic Center area, which is also P1 with the overlay. And then we have the 2, a townhouse and I guess those are like kind of quads over on Lake Drive, and then the apartment building off of Oakland in the southwest corner there. Okay. So once we established the map and the zoning districts, what we needed to do was we needed to create a place in the existing code to locate all of this. And so this is just a quick way to show you, we sort of pulled that center out of the code. So all the blue is being replaced and moved around. Next slides. So what we did was we used what we pulled out of the center part of the code to insert new line items for under the zoning districts, under Article 4 for the commercial and mixed use districts. So we have 3 new sections specifically associated with the commercial and mixed use districts. The actual zoning districts in 53522, 53523 is building design associated only with the commercial and mixed use districts. And then landscape and site design, again, only associated with the commercial and mixed use districts. Then, because Bart asked, and we're high service, we created this whole new use section where we pulled it all together so that it would be a lot easier for the village to use. So Article 5 uses applies to all the districts. We did not change any of the uses for the residential districts at all, but they're all in one place now, and everything is very clearly defined. And the accessory uses, structures, and the temporary uses in that section as well. So that section applies to all districts. Then we also pulled all of the procedures from the code and put them in one place. So Article 6, new Article 6, procedures applies to all of the districts in the village. We didn't really change that much in that procedures section. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Okay, so when you look at the zoning districts, I want to draw your attention to the fact that much of the zoning district section 53522 talks about building types. So there are 4 building types: the storefront building, the commercial building, the general building, the row building, and then the associated regulations with those, and that's what I'm going to talk about next. So this table that you find in the code is the key to the code, one of the keys to the code. If you look across the top, you see the commercial and mixed use districts aligned across the top, MX1, MX2, and so on. And then the 4 building types down the left-hand side. The way the code works is if you locate your parcel on the map, then you go to this table to figure out what building types are allowed in your district. So each district is made up of building types and use information. Then each building type is, the regulation building type is defined on 6 pages, and they're all organized the same. All of the tables and illustrations are all organized the same. Page 1 is about the description and intent. Those 4 images are either images from the community or images from the image preference survey. Page 2 is about locating the building. Your current code has a build to line, and we use a build to zone, and I'll show you that in just a second. Page 3 is parking siding. Page 4 is height and roofs, and page 5 is facade. So it's looking at glass and doors and some proportioning on the facade. Page 6 is a location for supplemental information. There's some really important information on page 6 that's referred to in the table. So that gets you there about courtyards, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute. So again, all 4 building types are organized exactly the same way. The idea is that it's pretty easy to use once you figure out what your building type is. So just to take a step back and look at some of the ways those regulations, in the building type are laid out. One, as you recall, we looked at the image preference survey and talked a lot about gathering spaces. So what we've incorporated into the code is what we're calling street wall variations. So we're using build to zones, a broader depth, so that building facade can be located anywhere in the zone, as opposed to what your current code has as a build to line. We've also incorporated a requirement for courtyards, outdoor plazas for buildings that are longer than 120 feet, which gives you some push back and forth and gives you those gathering spaces that we all talked about. So you can see the Cornerstone building on the bottom right-hand side it's 120 feet long, and then it has an open space in the middle of it. In terms of street frontages, we've included step backs for the top story, similar to the Cornerstone building. Also coordinating the landscape that would be within the courtyard with the streetscape that is village installed. We've also incorporated transitions at our district. So anytime a building in the commercial and mixed use districts abuts an R district, it is required to step back all stories above the 3rd floor.
Just on the side of the.
Yes. Yes, but it does on the street facade. There's also the step back in the top story. Yes. Yeah. So then the second most important piece to the districts is the use table. And as I was saying, we located all the uses in one section. This is the use table for the entire village. So you can kind of go and very quickly be able to compare the different zones, zoning districts, and what's allowed. And as I said, we didn't change the residential. We did have to change the public a little bit because we changed some of the commercial categories of uses. But we fit in as best we could with what is currently allowed in those zones. The other key piece of the principal use table is that we are now allowing the uses based on the building. So they're allowed either by right anywhere within the building or allowed by right in the upper stories or the rear of the building. Or they are allowed by right at a maximum of 25% of the building footprint. Or they require a conditional use permit. So that's the sort of key that you see the Consumer Reports bubbles up there. We also did accessory uses and created a table. Many of the key accessory uses like a drive-through facility, outdoor sales and displays, parking structures are actually in the building types because they're really important to the form of the building type. And so that's just referred to on the table. But otherwise, you would use this table to determine if those accessory use or structures are allowed. And as I mentioned, there's the building types create the form and some regulations in terms of laying out the windows and doors on a building. But the building design section is more like the kind of design standards that you have in your current design guidelines, but they are written as objective regulations. This is where building materials, entrance types, roof types, facade elements such as windows, bird-friendly design, mechanical equipment location, all of those very important aspects of building design, but they apply to all of the building types unless it's otherwise stated within. And then the landscape and site design section, again, also applies only to the commercial and mixed use districts, applies to all of the building types. And this is where your information about how to connect what we call the street yard landscaping. So within the courtyards, how that connects to the streetscape that would be within the right of way. There's frontage buffers, landscaping for parking lots, and so on in this section. And then finally, in terms of procedures, as I said, we've located all of the procedures into one section. We have created 2 adjustment types, and those adjustment types are to allow for flexibility within the code. This is a very specific code, and the idea is how can we give very discrete, very purposeful, conscientious flexibility into the code. So we've created planning adjustments, which would go to the Plan Commission, and design adjustments, which would go to DERB, along with the design approval.
Kathy, quick question about review procedure. Or do you want to wait till the end? I took notes, so I can wait.
Okay, yeah, let's just wait. Thanks.
Okay, so the next slide then shows, oh, he's talking. So the next slide shows the actual flow chart of the procedure. So basically, complete application, the zoning administrator reviews the project. If there are planning adjustments, it goes to the Plan Commission and then goes back to the zoning administrator. The pink is all about design review board. So if there are design adjustments, but everything is reviewed by the design review board, and then approved. But the idea, again, is that the design review board is approving everything based on the code. So it's less subjective than it has been in the past. So just to, I don't know, do you want to do this or you want me to do this? Okay, so just to kind of wrap up and summarize the key points is this is a whole new structure and organization. The idea is that it should be easier to find the information more quickly. It uses building types to organize the regulations with the intent that you can be talking about what building type that you are creating so that it's easier for the community to talk about it as well. It replaces design guidelines, the shoulds that you have in your current design standards with objective shalls. Oops. It consolidates and clarifies all those use regulations, and we can talk specifically about some of those use categories. It updates and codifies the procedures for more transparency. So those procedures were a little bit hard to find, and we've sort of done a little bit of rearranging about where that information is in the current code as well. And then it eliminates the PDDs to have greater predictability. Thank you.
Then I'm just going to wrap up real quickly with highlighting some of the big discussion topics that have emerged in the working group meetings, the public workshops, and plan commission. So the first one, which you may be familiar with, was a decision to where to locate office and clinic type uses. And so as Leslie mentioned, we have MX districts that promotes active storefronts. And so in the MX district, consumer services like salons and spas, as we can see on the left, are permitted, as opposed to medical or dental clinics on the right, which are not permitted. And largely that's based on their lack of interaction with the street. So the Ascension building has closed shades all day long. The Stolen Associates building had the same thing. Those types of uses don't kind of invite that walkable, interactive nature. And so this was a discussion that was discussed in the working group meeting and by consensus agreed upon to move forward. It came up again as the Plan Commission, and once again, by a majority of the plan commissioners was maintained in the code. If you go to the next slide, this just shows that consumer services are permitted in the MX, CX, and GX districts, whereas the medical, dental, clinic, office use types uses would be permitted in the MX, but they have to be on the upper floor or the rear of the first floor. So if they go on the first floor, the first 20 feet of that tenant space actually has to be activated with more of a retail or more interactive type use. And so once again, salons and spas are things that we were encouraging in those areas by permitting them as of right. Dental clinics and dental offices, medical clinics, vets, things of that nature were zoned more for the GX district. So next, if you once again, we'll just reference in the map here, the GX being the blue areas. And so there definitely are blue areas within the village where those uses can go. We're trying to activate those more specific MX zones, the purple zones, to have more active street frontage that people can walk to and interact with. So that was one of the things that, once again, the working group and plan commission debated, but did keep in the code. Next slide. Also here, the revisions, once again, we mapped we did change some parcels from MX to GX based on conversations of specific areas. And so that is one way to address that. So if there are areas that, either now or in the future, we think are less necessary for an active use, they could be rezoned to GX to allow for those types of uses to go into the corridor. We also created a separate line item in the table so that if in fact we ever want to modify those regulations, we can regulate those specific to those types of uses. So the strategy here is to aim for the solution that over time will implement the goals of the community, which was a more walkable, interactive corridor where we believe it can actuate. Secondly, we can revisit this on a regular basis to evaluate business attraction, retention, and movement. So we've been working with the bid on that to provide whether it's annual reports to the Plan Commission or check-ins. If in fact uses do want to locate here and we're not able to accommodate them in their zone, we would make a note of that and report back to the Plan Commission so that they understand how this code is impacting that type of activity. And then once again, we can modify the code as needed. Either that's changing the code itself or looking at partials to change. So that's the strategy moving forward that the Plan Commission and Working Group agreed to pursue. And then just keeping in mind that all existing non-conforming uses may continue and they can be reoccupied by a similar non-conforming use within that year of that occupancy. So only one that's been vacant for more than a year is the new code triggered with respect to those type of uses. So that was the first big discussion item. The second discussion item relates to heights along East Capitol Drive. So there was a discussion in Working Group and Plan Commission once again to consider limiting the height of new development on the east portion of East Capitol Drive. Primarily, I want to say, I think Frederick Avenue to Downer was discussed, but other block portions were also in there. And so this is just showing what the current zoning code allows. So it currently allows 5 stories from Oakland to Frederick on the north side of the street. And then the comprehensive plan allows 8.5 in that central core block area. But then from Frederick to Downer Avenue, the current code allows 4 stories. This code actually keeps that 4-story stipulation, but there was discussion from working group members and a plan commissioner to reduce that to 3 stories or 2 stories potentially in some areas. So as the map shows here, between Frederick and Maryland, there's a 6.5-story building, there's a 4-story building. Between Farwell and Prospect, there's a 6.5 and a 4-story building. And on between Prospect and Stoll, there's a 4-story building as well. So this was discussed, and by consensus of the working group and the Plan Commission, it was maintained at the 4-story height limit. We did not downzone any parcels as a result of the proposal. Next slide. And then lastly, bird-friendly design, as Leslie mentioned, was one of the discussion items in the building design section. And so we had a active conservation committee presence within the working group that pointed out that other progressive communities have this type of regulation in there to protect the native birds that we have in the area. And so the working group, public workshop, and Plan Commission all agreed that they felt that that matched the community ethos of Shorewood. And so originally we had the threshold for that type of requirement at 10,000 square feet rather. The Plan Commission actually reduced that to 5,000 square feet, so it actually be more applicable to more developments. They also voted to apply the regulation to new construction and renovations that included the replacement of 50% of the windows. So once again, they expanded the applicability of that. And then next slide, the last thing they did was they increased the fly-through condition regulations. In the original proposal, it was 15 feet at a corner where birds might confuse that that interaction. They actually increased it to 30 feet, so it would expand further along each of the sides of the corner. So those are the three things that the working group and Plan Commission, most heavily debated in terms of how to move things forward. And so we just wanted to bring that to your attention in terms of where we landed and what we did. I do believe that is the end of that. So once again, this is the public hearing portion of it. So we're happy to take comments from anyone or the public. But in terms of process, this will be discussed for consideration under the new items of consideration under 9 on the agenda. So.
All right. Thank you. Like to start with trustee questions or comments from the trustees. Do around the horn again. Trustee Kudo referred to it, and to shake things up, I'll start with Trustee Moore-Baldoff.
Thank you. I am fine reserving any comments and questions I have till the agenda portion, because I would like to hear from the public, and they have been here waiting a long time, some of them, and would like to use their feedback to shape mine.
Same boat.
Same here. All right. We'll take this opportunity for members of the public to speak then. Are there any people in the virtual audience who would like to ask questions or comment? I can't see names.
Jessica was first.
Okay. Jessica, can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah.
Once you're off.
I can't unmute her. Jessica, are you unable to, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
There we are.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I am Jessica Suki at 2601 East Newton Avenue. And two slides ago, where you were looking at the corner of Downer and Capitol, that was part of, there was a blue on that, let's see, that would be the southwest corner. Is that now going to be, there's a 1-story building there now, is that now going to be allowed for 4 stories in the future? Purple, sorry, it was lavender. Is that area now, were you saying that basically that was being rezoned so that it could have 4 in the future?
It currently allows for 4. So no downzoning has been proposed. So the corridor here allows for 4 stories currently, and nothing is being proposed to change. It was discussed, there was a discussion in both the working group and the Plan Commission to reduce that to downzone parts of this district to less than 4, but that did not proceed. So nothing is changing with respect to proposed heights from the current code to the proposed code.
I see. So even though it's allowed to be 4 and it could go to 4 in the future, even though it's 1 at this point or 2. So that was not taken into account what its current heights are. in trying to keep the character of that area?
The current zoning was taken into account, and the current zoning allows 4 stories.
I'm not saying the current zoning, the current buildings as they are, the quality that corner, that area has, because it's sort of a transition. They are lower buildings than that. So even though the current zoning may say it's 4, I was hoping that this planning would take into account what is actually there and downsize that.
Thank you.
This is Mara Suki from 2601 East Newton Avenue. And I guess I would like to continue with that comment and ask that the last question be addressed about keeping the current height of the buildings and along Capitol to be no more than what they currently are. Again, there are a lot of people that live in those neighbors that their properties abut to it, or they might be able to see it. And if there was a 4-story building put there on any of these properties in blue on this plan, it would definitely negatively impact the quality of life in that neighborhood for many, many, many people. So I would really hope that this committee, the zoning, the codes, take that into account and not let it exceed what it currently is developed at. So I guess that's my question to you. Will this be looked at again to take that into account?
I mean, I'll just reiterate, the process to get to this draft included discussion of that and did not advance. And so this all was discussed at the working group, at public workshops, and at the Plan Commission. So it's not to say that this wasn't discussed. This has been discussed, and this is the recommendation that's before us. What was agreed upon by those groups was to buffer those types of new development contextually with step backs on the upper floor or setbacks on the ground floor or things of that nature. And so the items that you and the speaker previously discussed were presented in those working group meetings, in those workshops at the Plan Commission. The village board here is here to consider it, so they have the opportunity to take up that question again. But the process did discuss those, and that's why we brought it to the attention of the group tonight.
And I would respectfully ask that be reconsidered again. And I'm also curious with the building that's in orange and 4, that's the new construction. Does that take into account the setbacks on the upper floors that you mentioned? Or was this put up pre that requirement?
The orange building is actually an older apartment building. The new building that you're referencing is the 4 on the corner of Stowell.
Sorry about that, the new one.
Yep, and that was put up under the current zoning, so this does not impact that. They applied and were approved under the current zone. If they applied under, or if anyone applied under the new zone, they would have to comply by a whole another set of building form regulations. It would have required step backs on the upper story. It would have required a courtyard, things of that nature. So that project was looked at throughout the process in terms of how we could make the code better respond to what the community wanted for that parcel. The parcel was developed under what the current coding allowed. So yes, 4 stories was not modified, but building form was.
Okay, so there's no courtyard. There isn't the setback up on the upper floors for that property that's on between Prospect and Stoll.
Correct. It was not required within the zoning code, and so the developer did not put one in. No.
Okay.
Would any other members of the public want to comment?
My name is Danny Walsh. I live at 4024 North Stowell Avenue. And I was going to say a lot of things, but I'm just going to keep it really simple. My experience of the four meetings that I went to is not as they are being portrayed here. There were very, very few members of the public at any of these meetings. What public input was given did not end up in this code. There's lots of public input saying, hey, we'd like maybe a little bit smaller buildings, maybe ones that are a little bit more nuanced. Arthur?
No. That's just, that's flat out lie.
All right.
That is,
Let's
there were
let's
not,
stick to the matter at
there were not
hand.
developers at a
Let's-
single
our-
meeting I went to.
Trustee Ursink and Mr. Walsh, let's refrain from this and let's not.
I'm not refraining from
I
anything. I'm
appreciate
saying I
your
went to the
position, but
meetings,
make the
my
position
personal
without
experience.
impugning
Okay.
the process.
Right. So what was just explained to you, because many members of the public want to know how large, high-density buildings got done. The building on Stolen Capitol was not permitted by the previous zoning code. It had to be accepted and completely tweaked over a period of years against virtually unanimous opposition of the neighbors. All I'm saying is that this code does not reflect what your neighbors have asked you to accomplish in the code. That's all I need to say. It's not here.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Kylie Miller, and I live at 4051 North Downer Avenue. I really had not planned to speak tonight, but since I am the one plan commissioner who voted not to recommend this plan to the village board based on only 2 issues that have now been discussed in this public hearing, I thought I should address that. My husband and I have owned our home on the 4000 block of North Downer for 33 years. It's off the map that was shown, so I can't point out where it is. And I have the highest seniority in the Plan Commission, having served for 7.5 years after being appointed by former President Guy Johnson. The 2 issues that were addressed that were stumbling blocks for me was that corner gas station property on the southwest corner of Capitol and Downer. We didn't really cover it during the presentation, but both that property and the gas station on Oakland, south of Capitol, are going to be rezoned so that in the future, the only like drive-through businesses such as Culver's or Corner Bakery or a bank or a gas station will be on Capitol west of Oakland. So when we're looking at a code, as we are tonight, we're not looking at what's going to happen in 2 years or 4 years. We're looking at what could go up in 10 years, 20 years. And I'm sure those of us who have lived here for decades never thought that little 1-story tanning salon and the old farmhouse next to it were going to be a 4-story building. So it's possible that down the line, we would not have a gas station serving the east side of Shorewood. And because Downer and Lake Drive are the primary commuting routes to downtown, I-794, any point south, I do think it would be a disservice to residents and visitors to that side of the village to open up the possibility that we would lose a gas station. So I do think that that lot should be zoned for CX, and the only building type allowed should be CX with a 1-story limit. Sorry about all the static. As far as the building heights, I had suggested that we limit it to 3 stories from Maryland to Downer. If you take out St. Roberts, that's only 3 blocks on the north side of the street. And if you take out those single-family houses that are not commercially zoned, it's 2.5 blocks. When you drive around the village, those older apartment buildings that we've discussed are, with a handful of exceptions, all 3 stories. So it's not a huge deviation from what the village already enjoys as far as housing. It has been mentioned before, it's a narrow street. Unlike, say, the west side of Capitol Drive, it's very narrow. And so you never know what's going to happen. We could have 4-story buildings lining both sides of that street. So it's not just my opinion. I mean, the last couple of years, the Plan Commission received a lot of public feedback, primarily about the Stoll building. And it wasn't all about parking. A lot of it had to do with the scale, the mass of the building. And then consequently, what does that mean as far as parking and traffic and visibility for pedestrians? So that's why I did not vote to recommend it. There's lots of great stuff in the plan. I loved working with Leslie, but as much as I like her and Bart at the end of the day, they don't live here. So when I hear the residents say what they want in their neighborhoods, we want to have businesses that abut our residential blocks as they do in Shorewood to be good neighbors. So that's why I would suggest reconsidering that building height for those few blocks. And also think about protecting the gas station that's really vital to people on the eastern part of Shorewood. Thank you.
Would any of the members of the public like to speak or ask questions? Anyone who's tuning in virtually? Okay, seeing none, proceed with questions from trustees and around the horn, starting with trustee Baldoff.
Did you want to close the public hearing and go into consideration, or?
Yeah, but
Yeah, we
I'm
can
comfortable
do
with
that.
closing the public hearing and like moving on to the,
Yeah,
I think
let's
it's
do
under
that.
new
Yeah,
orders of
good call.
business and get there.
You have your notes, trustee Kudo?
Well, and then the first item is actually the comprehensive plan. And so that was by design, that the comprehensive
Yeah.
plan needs to be considered first. And so just a reminder that 9A relates, or if that's the number, relates to the comprehensive plan amendment.
All right, next item is citizens to be,
Public hearing was closed.
okay, I'm sorry. Public hearing is closed at 9:55 PM. All right, the next item is citizens to be heard. This item is for matters not on the agenda. Are there any citizens to be heard this evening? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, new business. 9A, consider ordinance 3052, an ordinance adopting an amendment number 1 to the Village of Shorewood Comprehensive Plan 2040 in relation to the commercial zoning update. We'll start off with discussion, starting with trustee Baldoff.
I don't think that I have anything here. I think that my comments will be for the next item because I think this is kind of just like generally moving us to the sections of the form-based code is my understanding, which I'm comfortable with and I think makes sense. So I don't have anything specific in this item. My comments will be in the next item.
Got it. Would that hold for other trustees or?
And I can just make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve ordinance 3052, an ordinance adopting an amendment number 1 to the Village of Shorewood Comprehensive Plan 2040 in relation to the commercial zoning update.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote.
Trustee Ursink,
Yes.
trustee Moore Baldoff,
Yes.
trustee Stokbrand,
Aye.
trustee Kudo,
No.
trustee Land,
Aye.
president
Point of
McKay.
order,
I'm sorry.
Chair. Is there a problem with the way I voted? So maybe we could skip the loud gasp and head in your hands next time I vote. Thank you. If you want to act like that, go ahead,
Why, I'd love to know why you,
because I don't agree with it.
what exactly don't you agree?
I don't need to defend my vote to you, Arthur.
All right, moving on.
President McKay,
Aye.
trustee Arndorfer,
Aye.
motion carries 6-1.
All right, moving on to new business item B, consider ordinance 3053, an ordinance amendment implementing the village's commercial zoning update by repealing and replacing chapter 535 zoning and associated changes in chapter 16 boards, commissions, and committees, section 22512 design review board, chapter 319 article 1 food service, subsection 326.7 minimum space, use, and location requirements, chapter 437, article 2 display of merchandise in outdoor areas, and subsection 4552 refuse and collection service. It's your time.
All right. Thank you to everybody who came to speak tonight. And thank you to Bart and Leslie. I know you guys did a lot of work on this. I really appreciate it. One of the things Mr. Walsh mentioned stood out to me was that, we provided a lot of opportunity for public input. And I do wish that more people had been able to attend the sessions, but I think that we gave a lot of opportunity for feedback. So, but I know people are busy and this isn't the, sexiest thing to be engaged with, but I appreciate all of the opportunities that we provided the public to offer their feedback. And like I said, really appreciate the work that that went into this. I also very much appreciated what Ms. Kylie Miller had to say, and that really echoes, some of the concerns I have. I live, in that quadrant of the village. I, for a while, commuted to Madison near Daly, and even now, when I have to head out of town, I almost always take the lakefront to get to the highway, just because it's more scenic. I love it. Calms me down to look at our beautiful lakefront. And I go to that gas station all the time, and I don't want to lose it. And I think a lot of folks feel the same way. A lot of what we've heard tonight makes sense. I appreciate the shift to, form-based zoning. I think one of the things I would definitely highlight for Leslie and your team, like, you guys have great graphic designers, because how things were laid out, I thought was super clear and easy to understand. For us digesting this information, for, folks who are coming, to do business and live and work and play here, that's great. But, I have concerns about going too high on Capitol between Maryland and Downer. I think that, as we heard, we have a lot of concerns about a development that is in progress. And I would hate to see us codify something that would allow a similarly polarizing development, when I think that what we've heard is that people want to see more of that residential character maintained along that stretch. So I would very much be in favor of having a, and I understand that it allows for it in the code now, but this is when we're making changes, and we can make that change and say, hey, we want to cap the height on development in that corridor, and also cap to 1 story for that base where the gas station is. So that's my feedback. I like so much of what we heard otherwise, though, and I'm really appreciative of the process and excited to see what comes next for the village.
Trustee Kudo?
Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of stuff that Trustee Moore-Baldoff said. Almost everything, frankly, that Trustee Moore-Baldoff said. I do have some serious concerns about medical facilities. I know that it was a topic during the Plan Commission. I know it was a topic during the working group. I still have concerns about that 20 feet of sort of active space in the front of the building. I understand why you want it. I understand why medical facilities can't have it. But I do worry, given the age of population, where we are and who lives here, that, we make sure we have walkable access to medical facilities for our population. I have a lot of questions about the review procedures, because they are, in my mind, a pretty large deviation from what we do now and how we do it. I recognize that that's one of the points of form-based, is to take it out and not have as many questions that need to be answered. But I do have concerns about sort of the checks and balances of those procedures. As it relates to East Capitol Drive, I understand. I was part of the conversations on the Plan Commission with regards to East Capitol Drive. I tend to agree with Trustee Moore-Baldoff that, a gas station is one thing, and I think it's sort of a one-off situation. But those are residential neighborhoods. I don't believe that I didn't vote for Stolen Capital. I don't think it's a good fit. I still don't think it's a good fit. I don't think that if we had the code, this code in place, or this form-based code in place when we were talking about it, it would have passed looking like that. You know, and so I want to make sure, like has been said before, that if we're going to do this and we're going to take these steps, that we not only protect the village, the residents of the village, and what sort of folks expect in a village. I mean, so much of Shorewood has become cavernous in some areas. You know, and people can argue till they're blue in the face about whether that's good or bad or whatever. But there was a review process that was involved in those decisions, and I want to make sure that we maintain that review process or strengthen that review process. And I really think that it's vitally important that when we're looking at these things, you know, there certainly was a working group. I was part of one of them, part of the Plan Commission working group, you know, but there's a lot more information that I think is out there. And I think that when we're looking at specifically height, I mean, that's been, you know, that's been the fight that's been happening in Shorewood for years and years and years, and what it looks like. I just can't see the logic behind putting a 4-story building on East Capitol Drive, west of, you know, like probably Farwell at this point. What did I say? East of Farwell. Sorry, east of Farwell. I just think it's silly, but I'm happy to have the conversation later. Again, so that's kind of where I'm at. You know, I appreciate the unbelievable, having been a part of the Wilson Drive Steering Committee, I appreciate the unbelievable amount of work and dedication that went into this from all sides. But this is the, you know, this is sort of the end, and this is where we get to, as elected officials, make sure it is what everyone wants. So but that's where I'm at.
Trustee Lynn?
So I think overall, I'm really appreciative of all the work that was put in and the process that it went through to get to this point. I think, you know, in Shorewood, we really have a model for local municipal government on taking public feedback, putting things through working groups with citizens, going to citizen-led committees, and then moving things to the board finally. I think that's a great process overall, and I'm really appreciative of all the work that everybody put in, especially Bart and Leslie as well. I'm really grateful for what you've done. I met with Bart on Friday to kind of discuss some of the details and some of the questions that I had, and appreciate that meeting as well very much. I think in terms of, I think this form-based zoning is the way to go for the future of the village. I think it's a really good program that eliminates a lot of the concerns that we've had in years past. You know, obviously it doesn't touch every single thing that can potentially come up, but I think it puts a good system in place, and for maintaining kind of the feel and the overall, you know, desirability of the region. So I'm in favor of the form-based code as a whole. I have some concerns, particularly about the gas station specifically. It'd be nice to see a way for that to continue to be a gas station for the foreseeable future until we can get rid of gas, I suppose. In terms of the building height, you know, I'm not interested in lowering the height for one part of the village and not the rest. You know, that's just one small part of the village. It's a big community with a lot of people in a lot of areas. Most of those areas are much further away from the lake than that area. And, you know, they have 4-story buildings and more than that, you know, in their neighborhoods too. So I think the consistency through the village, I'm okay with that without down zoning from that. But overall, I mean, I'm generally, you know, in favor of this form-based zoning and looking forward to seeing this put in place. I think it's a great system, much more usable and user-friendly. So thank you for all the work on this.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Thank you. I want to thank Leslie and Bart also. This is a gargantuan undertaking. and especially to everybody on in those meetings. Barb Kylie Miller never missed one. Chuck was there a lot too, and so was I and Arthur. Having been involved in the comprehensive plan, I was looking forward to this because this was where we get into the weeds and choose what we want. And so that's exciting about it. And I would concur with Trustee Lynn. We get to choose though. I mean, I'm the one who put the word hybrid in the motion because I wanted the flexibility to make this work for our community. And, you know, I mean, we hire consultants all the time and appreciate their perspectives, but we get to make it fit for our community. I remember with the police organization survey study, we didn't do everything that the consultant recommended because it just didn't fit. So I look forward to making this fit for us, and I think form-based coding is going to be great. I have a few housekeeping things that I won't get into now, but I do want to say that I use that gas station too, and so I would support keeping that. And I do think that, sort of like Wilson Drive, the residents in that area came out and said what they want, and they know that area. They, you know, I confess, I live on the other side of town. I didn't know, I didn't get involved because it's not my part of town. And even though we're a small village, it's a village of neighborhoods. And I thought, you know, I guess I would defer to the people who live there. And so that's how I feel about East Capitol Drive. And for that reason, I would support going to a 3-story limit on all the buildings from Maryland East. It's the right thing to do for that part of the community. As I said, they're all different. And, you know, they also got the 2-hour parking restriction because of UWM. And so that's where municipal government responded to a problem that the residents had there. And so why would you not do it for another problem that we see have? It's a different neighborhood there with the proximity to UWM. So I will also favor going to a 3-height limit in that area. Thank you.
Mr. Ursink.
Thank you, Trustee Arndorfer. And I wanted to also thank Leslie and Bart. I mean, this has been an incredible process. It's been very inclusive. I think, you know, Mr. Walsh makes a good point. There wasn't a ton of citizens that came in there, but I think there were a ton of stakeholders that came, and they came to a lot of the meetings, and those are still our residents. You know, so the meetings that I was at, the open house, you know, the meetings that we had in the village hall here were very active. There were a lot of people represented in a lot of different groups, and that I do acknowledge and I respect, because we're starting to see a lot of these groups in Shorewood start to dissipate. We're not seeing as much involvement, but you know, we hear a lot of involvement. The only time we hear about things are when people are unhappy. They're unhappy about building heights. They're unhappy about development. They're unhappy about a lot of things. But I have to say, you know, in my conversations with the community, this is a very large community, and there's a lot of opinions in this community. And sometimes those opinions aren't being put on Facebook. They're not being sent to trustees. There's a silent majority out there of people that want to see a progressive Shorewood, that want to see an open and inclusive Shorewood. We have a real housing problem here in the community. We have a problem where we have an aging population, and we have a younger demographic of people, younger families wanting to come to Shorewood. We have a lack of children in our schools, and we really need to solve. This is an issue we need to solve, because we have the aging community that wants to stay in our community, that wants to stay in Shorewood. We have younger families that want to come with kids, and we've got to create these opportunities for them. You know, when we look at Shorewood, we can't look at it as one block and say, you know, this one block, we're going to restrict this block. We have to look at the whole community. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to represent the whole community. Now, I live in the northwest quadrant of Shorewood, so I've got 3 gas stations by me. You know what? And this is a 1 square mile community. Anybody can use those 3 gas stations. They're less than a quarter mile away. They're a quarter mile away from that gas station. I think when we're thinking about being progressive, when we're thinking about the future, I mean, how much longer are we going to be utilizing gas stations until, you know, we have electric vehicles? I don't think it's going to be very long. So to sit here and to make code for a future looking at a gas station and you know, being sentimental about a gas station is really backwards thinking. We need to start thinking for the future. We need to start creating more opportunities in this village to bring people into the community, to be more open and inclusive. When we look at our business district, When I first moved to the community, everybody was so mad about all the salons that were in the community. What can we do about all the salons and all these services? And now what I'm hearing is people want all the salons and services on the first floor. So, I mean, this is kind of what we have to deal with as trustees. We hear from both ends. But I know one thing, our business district is thriving. And I think we can do one better. By this code right here, we can really start to curate the business community. This code doesn't say if you want to open up in a store, if a vet wants to open up a storefront, you can't do that, because we can actually do that. We can make special exceptions for people that may fit an opportunity. This just says that we are going to have to, that we're trying to curate and do our best to create a more vibrant community. Because if there's one thing that people say when they come to Shorewood is they love the walkability of the community, they love our businesses, and that's something that's really starting to grow. I've never seen it. I haven't seen it grow to the point we are right now. We have a lack of empty storefronts, and we have more restaurants than, I mean, any North Shore community. We have people coming from Mequon, Cedarburg to come to Shorewood to eat. I mean, we have a restaurant that was just nominated for a James Beard Award here in Shorewood. And so I find that to be incredible. You know, this study here right now really helps to keep curating those businesses. So when people come to Shorewood, they're not just coming to the restaurant and that's it. They're able to go to the stores and different shops and really explore our community. And I think when you're looking at younger families or you're looking at the aging population, that's what they want. They want a one-stop shop. They want to be able to go to our business district, get a beer or do some clothes shopping and do multiple different things at once. And then they can go and then they can walk home. So when I look at this code, I look at this code as something that is an extreme positive for everybody in Shorewood. It's progressive thinking and it serves the community well. And it does not limit what we can do. It makes it so we can all have that discussion and we can allow people to come in here.
Thank you. President McKay?
I have nothing to add. Thanks for all the thoughtful discussion.
Yeah, I would like to thank, again, Leslie and Bart for all the hard, thoughtful work that went into this. Members of the working group, thank you for all your efforts. And again, to all the, residents who did, we can talk about how, we didn't see maybe a huge turnout for this, but we did see some people, and we got, at least, 4, letters about this in advance of the meeting. So appreciate the people who show the engagements. Thank you. I had a couple questions, Bart. So one, I just want to clarify around the situation with, my favorite gas station in Shorewood, the one at Capitol and Downer. What's the status of that exactly?
So once again, any use that is currently operating can continue to operate as long as they want to forever. And even if they were to sell to a new owner or to sell to someone else, they can continue to do that as long as it's not vacant for more than 1 year. So in my opinion, the only time that gas station would go away is when it's been vacant for 1 year, which in my mind would say that it's not profitable as a business to locate there. As long as someone's operating there and it doesn't lapse for more than 1 year, whether it's zoned for a gas station or not, the non-conforming status would allow it to continue to operate. And so that was discussed in the working group meetings, and to one of the points that someone raised in terms of electrification of vehicles, there was kind of decided that we don't need to zone for 5 gas stations in the village. If we have 3 on the more auto-centric corridor, that was acceptable. And so the existing ones there's also one on Oakland and Newton, I believe, correct? Those can continue to operate as long as they want to stay in there. So just a point of clarification that this is not going to change whether or not they can function as they currently do.
Okay, so so it can remain a gas station if it changes ownership. If it changes ownership, would the new owner have to make any improvements or changes upon it as informed?
Not unless they want to. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree that if a gas station were vacant for a year, that would suggest, it doesn't have much futures in that use, but that's just me. And yeah, there's been some conversation around the building at Capitol and Stoll. How specific? So, it was alluded to how that building would not look the same under this code. What would be different about that structure?
Yeah, so the primary thing, perhaps that would have determined whether or not the developer even wanted to pursue that site would be the location of the parking. So as Leslie pointed out in her presentation, you can't have parking within the first 20 feet of that primary street wall on Oakland Avenue. As a result, they wouldn't be able to get any the same capacity of parking. They'd either reduce units and or go underground, or once again seek an exception for a much larger amount, which the Plan Commission would have the right to review. So they have that as one of the driving considerations of whether or not they would develop in that form. But also the building as proposed is 160 feet long. So the current code that's before us tonight requires any building over 120 feet to have that courtyard kind of appearance in the middle. So once again, they'd be breaking up that facade, and it would be more open space in the middle, so it appears less bulky along the building. Similar, because it's over 120 feet, the upper story would have to be set back along Capitol Drive for at least 50% of its facade. So once again, setting that back to make it more less proportional in terms of how it's viewed from Capitol. It would also need to then step back on the portion on the rear facade that abuts an R district. And so that's a 15-foot setback of that fourth story facade, once again, where it directly abuts the R district. So you're looking at actual form standards that impact the site layout and the practicality of whether or not parking would need to go underground or reduce units. And so that would be a developer decision, but all of those discussions were based on community feedback that acknowledged that these things are what the community wanted, and it might make the parcel less developable, but that's what the community asked for. And so I think those primarily are what we're looking at. It'd be a more attractive ground floor frontage on Capitol Drive with a setback of a courtyard, public amenities within that, more green space. And then the upper floors would be set back both in the front and the back. The developer chose to put parking along the alley, but the original plan was to actually have two driveways along Stoll. The neighborhood didn't like that. The developer opted to modify it to go along the alley, but they wouldn't have had to because the current code doesn't require that. The proposed code does require that, so that's no longer consideration. So there's a lot of details like that kind of work its way through a messier process, and this kind of sets those goals up front and tells the developer, hey, if you want to develop in Shorewood, you can't do these certain things. You have to build in these kind of setbacks and things like that. So I think in terms of how the code responded specifically to that project, I think we did hear the neighborhood in developing those things. The other thing perhaps that kind of was discussed tonight is the process would be a lot cleaner as well in terms of being required to go to 2 design review board meetings. The notice requirements have been extended to a greater distance in the neighborhood for a longer period of time. And so we heard that and incorporated that into the procedures as well. Leslie, if you have anything to add in terms of that particular development, I think that kind of is how we reacted to that. And I'm sure there's more minor details in terms of, building materials and things like that that also have been addressed. But from a form standpoint, those are the big things that I think you would have seen and would see if this code gets adopted in its form tonight.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll open the floor to, please go to the mic.
I recognize that everybody, all of the commission members, all the plan commission members, all of the special working group members, Leslie and Director Griepentrag, everybody has worked very, very hard. What I think the trustees should recognize, though, all the neighborhood ever wanted in the Stolen Capital project was exactly this. We didn't have to permit that building to get built. We simply said, hey, we'd like to see some relief on the front. We'd like to see the massing reduced. We'd like to see a small side yard or a setback from Stowell Avenue. We'd like to see a rational rear setback. 4 stories was fine. The reason you don't get people coming is because you roll over them again and again and again. So people know not to bother. All my neighbors know. I've asked them all, why don't you come? Why bother is what they say. So you're not listening. That's why you don't get feedback. Thank you.
I don't know if Attorney Bayer has a comment on that, but I mean, the review procedure that took place for Capitol and Stoll did not have these strict regulations in them. So the design review board, who does not implement zoning codes, did not have the authority to do so. And Attorney Bayer provided them with a memo of their jurisdiction. They really are currently their jurisdiction currently is design. It's not zoning. The zoning code doesn't have these current things in, which we did listen to and incorporate into the new code. And I completely understand the frustration of how that went down, which is why I was excited to work on this form-based code, because I think it does react to what I don't want to have to go through again in terms of the community asking for why we can't have certain things. This code develops those certain things and says, this is what Shorewood said that we wanted. We don't want long buildings. So if you want to build a long building, you got to have a courtyard. If you want to do 4 stories, you got to step it back in these certain locations. So I completely understand the frustration. Trust me, I've heard it, for what, a year and a half, 2 years now. And I really hope and I believe that this code responds to that. So that's just where I'll end with that particular comment.
All right, thank you.
We have a raised hand.
All right, Jesse, speak.
Yes, my name is Jesse Derricks. I'm at 4429 North Maryland Avenue. I have just kind of one question thing and then also a comment. The question part that I just have been unable to figure out is, sorry, with form-based design, the thing I can't quite understand is how, like, at the beginning of the slides, we see that form-based design sort of says usage. We don't worry as much about usage. We worry about the interaction with the community. But then the way that we regulate commercial activity is by usage. So that's the part that I don't really get. If that's not as important, then why that would be the mechanism of category. But then the other related question is there's discussions about sort of what kind of walking activity community you want, what sort of attractions you want, and just the plain language of the text, the amusement activity would be prohibited on Oakland north of Capitol on the first floor. I mean, I get there's a setback. So the first, essentially 800 square feet, you can't make profitable activity out of. But I guess I'm sort of confused by the mix between this is the sort of thing the community wants and then a regulatory outcome that doesn't seem to match what you're sort of describing when you just look at the usage table. So that, and then the question of like why it's grouped by usage if form-based design doesn't really care about use as much as interactivity.
Director Griebenschau.
Yeah, so to one of Trustee Stokebrand's point, we made it very clear this was a hybrid form-based code and that we were going to still review use. Leslie's slide included use as one of the 3 main categories. It's just not the main category. So the current code proposed code, I should say, organizes it by building type and district, not by use. And so it's not a business district. It's a storefront building, or it's an office building, or it's a residential building, or whatever. So it is regulated or organized by building form, which is what a form-based code responds to. But we definitely made it clear that we were going to update the use table and characteristics within this review as well, which is why we specifically called it a hybrid form-based code. We didn't need to, because the form-based code, to Leslie's slide, always does discuss use. But we wanted to make it very clear that that was still something that we wanted to look at and regulate in terms of where we thought specific uses made the most sense for the community. So I hope that answers the question, but use was always part of the discussion, and the current code is organized by those business district uses. The proposed code is organized by building form and building type, with uses as a subcategory beneath the more important building form. With respect to the indoor entertainment, once again, we've discussed this, Jesse and I personally, but also with other board members. The code allows these types of uses to be in MX districts as long as they're 20 feet behind a more active use. That active use can be retail or food. And so if you're going to have an arcade or an indoor entertainment use, you can have that in the back. It's intended to not block windows with that kind of activity, whether it's a wall for a closed off room or the back of a machine or something like that. So you're allowed to do that. You're also allowed to do that in other districts. So MX district is not the only district that we're referring to. The MX district was specifically discussed within the working group meetings and the whole process as the place where we wanted to have the more interactive uses where you walk in and you can purchase something, or you can walk in, you make an appointment, you can do those things. It's not that you can't do that at indoor entertainment as well. It's just that the use itself is not conducive to a storefront frontage, and so that the differentiation needs to be shown on the floor plan, and that would be still something that we could consider. So I don't know if that answers your questions, Mr. Dirks, or not. I know that we've discussed this, but I do think there's ways for your proposal to work in both of the scenarios that you've offered. So I look forward to continuing to working with you and the Plan Commission on your pending applications. But I personally don't think that this current code deviates from what the community said they wanted in these particular areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a ridiculously good answer on the first part, by the way. You trounced Google. And yeah, I'll continue to push forward with you guys, and hopefully we'll make something happen. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Just wanted to make a suggestion to the body. And the reason I say this is because you have this gigantic proposal in front of you. And not only does it repeal and replace all of 535, it has ripple effects and changes in chapter 16, 225, 319, 326, 437, and 455. So this is probably the largest overhaul of the code any of us will ever see in our lifetime. So I want to make an example to sometimes when we have smaller proposals for amendments to the codes that come in, maybe it's only 1 or 2 lines of code and they're easy to amend on the fly. And you can say, well, change that to fee from $50 to $30, or I move to approve it by taking the fee out. But here you've got this massive document. And if you start to try to pick it away piece by piece and say, well, I move to approve, but amend that, but I'm saying, change this particular 2 blocks of zoning to something else. The problem with that is with a document this massive, once you start to pull the string, it may fit something in 535 might affect something in 437, 455, 326, and we can't work through that. So my only suggestion, and you don't have to listen to me, but this would be my suggestion, is vote up or down on this as it's presented. And if you vote it down, give some direction to staff to bring some alternatives back based upon what you want to see changed. Now, the comments that I have heard generally relate to, hey, we've got this huge document, but we want to tweak it a little bit. And there's been some comments about, for example, we've got this beloved gas station that we want to save, or even though for the last 50 years or since the code was adopted, that we've got an area that allowed 4 stories. Well, we want to carve out a block or 2 because we don't want to have an adverse impact on this particular. We want to change that. We don't want to have an adverse impact on these 2 or 3 residential blocks. That I just want to warn you too, that sounds a lot like what they call spot zoning, which is, well, we're going to deviate from the generalized zoning in one specific area or one specific property, or to impact one specific block, and that kind of thing is illegal. So, my recommendation would be vote up or down on this big conglomerate of this big thing you've got in front of you, and fine if you don't want it and you don't want to pass it, give some direction to staff to tell them to bring back some kind of options. Because if you try to start amending this thing on the fly, the problem is there's no way to figure out in a document this size what else might have to be changed and the ripple effect, because it's when you pull the string, a whole bunch of stuff, other things have to move. So that would be my recommendation.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Bear. Trustee Ursink?
I'd like to move to approve ordinance 3053 as drafted.
Second. Any further discussion? Trustee Stokemeyer?
I did have a couple of things that I thought we could discuss. One of them was just a very simple change on when I was going through the information today regarding the bird-friendly windows. I thought we should add that it should the decals, whatever, should be applied to the outside of the glass, because something significant was just released in a study this week, I believe. I checked that with Chuck. And another thing I wanted to do was tighten up a little bit of the language about the notification process. It says 10 days. I'm just wondering if that's by mail, calendar days, business days. I was just hoping to tighten that up a little bit too. So I'll be voting no for several reasons because I think we're 95% of the way there. And I think that with a little bit of work, we can come up, finish it up.
Director.
I would have no opposition to the clarification of exterior of the glass. I think that is something that the Conservation Committee, our expert in hand, agrees with. So a simple change like that, I don't have any problem with incorporating and making sure it doesn't, ripple down the line. Similarly, to answer your question, the notification standard was discussed in the working group, and that would be calendar days. And that was developed based on the fact that Plan Commission and Board of Appeals typically happen on a Tuesday. And the discussion was to make sure that the notice went out at least the week prior. So that lined up with the Friday prior to. So you would mail things out at least by the Friday, but ideally sooner. It would have the week to get there, then another weekend, and the meeting would be on the Tuesday. Design review board is even longer because it's on a Thursday. So those notification standards were intended to be calendar days. I have no objection to the clarification of including calendar days within the code if that's necessary for people, but that was discussed. And then if there were other cleanup issues, perhaps on landscape standards, things of that nature, which I also heard was discussed, we'd be happy to just use consistent terminology within those three sections that they appear in. So with all due respect to Attorney Baer, I'm fine with acknowledging those simple cleanup items as things that I think staff can agree upon, and I would have no problem including within a published draft.
Okay, if we go that route, would that require changing the motion, or can that be handled as is?
Yeah, I think it should be reflected in the motion. Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's more than just a direction to staff because you're actually taking action to approve the code. And then they'll have to do the final amendments to the language before we give it to our code service that will incorporate this into the code that everyone can find online, and the physical copies that we used to have physical copies sitting on the table here, but so we just want to make sure we get that right. But thank you, Bart, for mentioning that maybe there was a few minor tweaks that might be okay to do tonight. My worry was on some of these, when you pull the string, the proverbial string, there's 12 other chapters where that's cross-referenced and it can run down the rabbit hole pretty quick.
I understand that. I just know when Trustee Stokebrand's points to me don't pull any strings. They're simple clarifications. And so I'd rather do it right than have to come back for simple clarifications if we can in fact incorporate those into whatever gets discussed tonight.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Trustee Kudo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're okaying some changes, but not other changes. We're gonna pass this gigantic ordinance, and then there'll be weeks here and there between staff before it goes to the publication. I want to do a one and done. Like I want to, if we're 95% of the way there or 98% of the way there, then let's just get to 100% of the way there before we pass this thing. So we don't have to go back, or Bart doesn't have to go back, and we're just done with it. I mean, I think that I agree with Trustee Stokebrand. I think we are unbelievably close. There's a lot of fantastic stuff in here. I think we just need a few tweaks. And so for that reason, if we're on, a motion with a second, I'll be voting no.
All right.
Okay.
Attorney Baer, could Arthur modify his motion if he so chooses to reflect some of the tweaks that were mentioned by Trustee Stokebrand?
It's up to the individual that made the motion, and then if there's unanimous consent to do that, certainly. I mean, but it's completely up at the discretion of the individual who brought the motion.
Trustee Ursink, would you want to take a stab?
Yeah, I'd be open to it. So I just need to review with you, Kathy, so we're including exterior modifications to bird-friendly windows.
That was one.
Okay.
And notification process?
Modifications to bird.
And just for the record, so everybody understands, what would that change be?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with this.
Okay,
I'm just not.
all right.
Well,
then.
there's a
I'm
first and a
also fine
second.
with it not advancing, but I'm just telling, those are clarifications that I think are very logical to include. But if we're not comfortable,
All right.
fine by me as well.
I mean, it's such a big deal and we worked so hard. I don't see any reason to put this through like.
It is a big deal. It's been worked on. It's been approved by the Plan Commission. We have to, it's been vetted. It's been talked through. We've got experts. And if Bart is saying that these are tweaks that we can do, I am comfortable moving forward with the current motion and see where it goes.
Yeah, I would be comfortable moving with the current motion too, and I would be supportive of the current motion. Bart, thank you for the clarifications. I mean, as it pertains to some of the points around the gas station, as long as I think there's a viable gas station, viable business model for a gas station there'll be a gas station there. With regard to building heights on Capitol, that's something I had a few opinions on this Capitol and Stoll development that I raised at length during that period. I think that the improvements under this code address a lot of those as it pertains to scale. Particularly the setbacks for the fourth story, whatever. And just given that, there are already taller buildings on that stretch, I just can't see the case for downscaling there. With regards to active storefronts, I think that's something that, I think it's a good idea. I think it's something that we need to monitor just to make sure it doesn't have an adverse impact, and I'm confident we will. So I'll be voting yes. And any further discussion?
I would much rather vote yes on this today if we can get there. If we were to move to defer it, I mean, I'd want to see it back in 2 weeks, because I think it's already been drawn out for so long. Most of the comments that I've received, like over the weekend and up to this point, have been things that were addressed 6 months ago in the working group meetings. And, the further we draw it out, I don't think really much is going to change. I mean, we're extremely close to it being perfect, but at the same time, is it ever going to be perfect? I would rather pass it at 95, 98% perfect, knowing that the process that it's been through is the process that we do the best in the village, and that the form-based code addresses a number of the concerns that we have with some of the buildings that we like the least in the village as well. I just think it checks so many boxes of things that we need to get done. I would really prefer to approve it tonight. If it does get deferred, I mean, I want to see it right away again, because I think we just need to kind of be on this, and the buck has to stop here.
President McKay?
Thank you, Trustee Arndorfer. I am comfortable supporting the motion as made, with also instructing Bart to make those housekeeping changes. They're not substantive. The other potential amendments that were discussed tonight in terms of downzoning are substantive in nature. And so if this motion fails, then we give direction and it comes back. So I would like to see us move ahead, and I will be supporting this. And I don't agree with the downzoning.
All right. We'll take a roll call vote.
Could we just have the motion read back?
Oh.
That'd be a good idea, I think.
Trustee Ursink moved to approve ordinance 3053 as drafted. Do you want me to read the ordinance?
No, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood what they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some talk about.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
I apologize. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood what they were voting on, because there was some talk of amendments, but we never got there. So.
Right.
Trustee Kudo,
No.
President McKay,
Aye.
Trustee Moore Baldoff,
No.
Trustee Land,
Aye.
Trustee Ursink,
Yes.
Trustee Arndorfer,
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Nay.
Motion carried 4-3.
All right. Sorry, scrolling. Next up. Reports of village officials, starting with village president.
I believe the only report is issuing a proclamation for the working group. And since I'm not there, I would ask that Trustee Arndorfer read it in my stead.
All right. Proclamation recognition of commercial zoning update working group. Whereas the Village of Shorewood's Comprehensive Plan 2040 recommended that the village undertake a form-based corridor planning study of its commercial corridors to ensure redevelopment on Capitol and Oakland meets community goals as one of its 4 strategic directions. Whereas the village board established a working group to complement the process and provide tailored feedback throughout the project. Whereas the working group was comprised of representatives from the Plan Commission, Design Review Board, Community Development Authority, Bid Board, Conservation Committee, Parks and Public Spaces Committee, Human Relations Commission, and an at-large community member. Whereas members of the working group provided their unique backgrounds, talents, time, and patience to the project, dedicated countless volunteer hours to the effort, designed, promoted, and participated in preliminary focus groups, 3 public workshops, 9 working group meetings, and a public open house to draft and present the commercial zoning update to the village. Whereas the planning and development director and project consultants are extremely grateful for the efforts of the working group and acknowledge that the project could not have progressed as efficiently as it did without their commitment. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Ann McKay, Village President of Shorewood, do hereby proclaim gratitude to the following members of the working group for contributing toward the progression of Shorewood's future: Barbara Kiley Miller, Josh Pollock, Scott Cranky, Lieber List, John Kraus, Trustee Kathy Stokebrand, Jake Brissett, Trustee Arthur Ursink, Chuck Hagner, Maggie Pippick, Matt Weiss, Gary Brunk, and Kate Flynn Post. Dated at Shorewood, Wisconsin, the 6th day of February, 2023. Reports from other trustees.
Yeah, I got one. Just wanted to acknowledge all the amazing community members that helped the Shorewood Chill this weekend go off very successfully without a hitch. It took a little bit of Mother Nature to come bless us for the weekend, because it was a giant pond until, basically a couple weeks before the chill, and it's going to be a giant pond tomorrow. So we've been Mother Nature has blessed us here in the community. But just the amount of smiling faces and families that came out to that event, it was incredible to see. It gave me a lot of just inspiration. I've got to acknowledge the Chief of Police, Heather Worth, who was there on ice skates, skating around the rink, which is fantastic. Basically, I feel like the whole police force was actually there that day, as well as the North Shore Fire Department. There was just a huge presence of people, and they were just interacting with the community, and that's kind of something that I'm always looking forward to is having those kind of interactions. Wanted to thank the Shorewood Foundation for making a lot of that possible. They're ultimately they're just so supportive of the event, and they're supportive of so many amazing things here in Shorewood. I wanted to also thank the ice captains. These guys are, out every night, every morning, every night, making sure that ice is in the best condition it could possibly be for the community. So I just have so much appreciation for this group of dedicated volunteers that are doing such a selfless act, and a lot of love and appreciation for that group. And then also to the trustees and to the fellow community members that I saw, or the village staff that came out and I saw at the event. I obviously, just really appreciate that sort of presence. It made the day so special. And then Trapper Shep, what a fantastic local resident musician, played a great set. So it was really a truly magical day, and just really appreciate that kind of energy here in Shorewood. Great to see.
Trustee Kudo?
I do have some feedback on the chill. My kids have requested a larger ice rink. It's not large enough. So move it to the diamond and then the whole thing.
There.
Is what they're looking
When's the
for.
right time to talk about Francesca joining a hockey team? Can we
Never.
have that
Never is the
conversation. 'Cause
right
I
time.
think she is.
No, that's a no.
We're
It's a
already
hard-
talking. I'm recruiting.
It's a hard no. Thank you. Move to adjourn.
Trustee Moore Baldoff?
I just wanted to make sure to make the statement that we have an election coming up on February 21st. So hopefully everyone can make their plan to vote on or before then, and they have options to come vote early in person with Clerk Harrell and the team. So hopefully folks will make their plan to vote.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Stokebrand?
I just wanted to thank Chief Worth for, I attended the police communications workshop this week, which was really informative. And I wanted to thank Clerk Harrell. She and I talked a little bit. I got some community feedback about the first floor remodel. And a resident mentioned that it had been remodeled in 2014. And I think at that point they went with a rather high finish on the countertop. And a resident was concerned about what are we going to do with the granite, stone, marble, I don't know, whatever it is, because there's a lot of people in Shorewood who probably would have to think twice to put that kind of a nice finish in their kitchen or bathroom. So anyway, I talked to Clerk Harrell, and she's going to work with the contractor and see if we can repurpose it in the redo, whatever we can do to make sure it doesn't end up in the landfill.
Awesome. All right. Is there a report from the village manager?
No report tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hello.
Feel better.
You doing all right? Everything good?
Yeah, everything's good. I just don't have much of a voice.
Okay, well, it's good to hear your brief voice.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right. Future items for consideration. Are there any future items?
I was just wondering, I think we had, we were going to hear about the streetlights tonight. And so I just wonder if I need to make a motion to get an update on the streetlight survey, engineering study.
I asked that. Oh, go ahead,
I
Rebecca. Sorry.
apologize. Go ahead, Trustee Kudo. You have more of a voice.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I messaged with Rebecca and after the, what do you call it, the agenda came out. And I was under the impression that we were going to have DPW director sort of give us an update on where they were in the process. And, you know, I have some lingering questions about what parts of the village are experiencing these outages, and was told that we would have the report when they said they would have the report. So I don't know that that Leanne can give us much more than we've gotten without the report from the consultant. So. Rebecca,
Mine were
anything
out
to
on
add?
the way here. Both sides of this.
Yeah, Rebecca, is there anything I'm missing there? Sorry.
You
Oh,
muted.
pardon me. I'm sorry. I had my microphone on or off. I think that you covered it.
So do we have an E ETA?
I mean, it's going
Yes,
to be April, March, April.
I'm sorry, what's the ETA?
March, April. What I had following our last meeting, I provided in my Friday update a timeline and confirmed with Strand at least when they were able to provide that report, so that, and I can recirculate that, of course, as well this weekend as well.
No, I mean, I just keep bringing it up because I keep hearing a lot about it. So I just want to make sure it doesn't fall to the back burner, but looks like we're doing okay.
All right, thank you. Items? Once, twice, no? All right. Would anyone want to make by any chance make a move to adjourn?
So moved.
Any discussion? All right, do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.